Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
The crossover is powered by Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I'm sorry, John. You just kind of, the way that John was sitting like this. Just,
he's pondering.
You know, it just
kind of. Got many things on his mind.
He looked like, paint me like one of your French girls.
No, that was last
that
week.
Movie come out in
1992.
7.
Wow.
Damn it.
That was last week when he was at the hotel and just
terrible.
laying on the couch.
Yeah.
Hi, John. Scripto Sports.
How about that? You talked to our guy Stibbs.
I did. I tried getting him to say bad things about you guys.
Interesting that he didn't have barely anything bad to say about us. It's almost like John and I are the bee's knees.
It was kind of ridiculous. I was like, dude, you liked your coworkers? That's crazy.
Yeah. If the worst thing he can say about me is I'm a backseat producer, you know what? I'll take it.
You are a little.
Yeah, he said I'm a control freak. No lie detector.
There is no. He
no
started
lies detector.
He started. He was very close on doing a good Josh, where he's like, "Did you call Brent's?
Yeah.
Did you? What do you?"
Michael, bro.
I mean, he gets got.
This is Josh. This is Josh's face when he's like shocked that you said something.
Me? It's my face.
You go.
When you find a solution to a problem that Josh didn't think about,
You go like,
what?
He goes. The hands come up. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
indeed. So you
and then when he's really like, you go like this.
I do.
You really come down, John. Doesn't he do that? He goes,
"Yeah, no, that's a very good observation." It's a very good
I did
observation.
a great Kevin Suits. If you know Kevin Suits from Lincoln, because I
know
couldn't
him.
do the voice, but Kevin talks like this. He'll go like this to your goal. You know, he'll really like, you got to get in there. You know, you got to get the
like
shot.
this, Matt, like this.
No,
careful, you're gonna start a fire.
No.
Fire.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
No. Well, you could do the Evan Bland block hands is what I call it. When Evan asks a question, he goes like this.
Really?
Yeah, he does the block hand.
Interesting.
So now we know what you do at these press conferences. You don't
just
actually
watch
pay
everybody.
attention,
You know,
to
and
what's
then,
being said. You're paying attention to the body language.
and then
of
this
the
is
people asking the
this
questions.
is the McEwen. He goes like this. Like he takes his pen in his right hand.
Great radio.
He takes his pen. He takes his pen in his right hand. He kind of puts his 3 fingers out and he kind of twirls it around. And
Interesting.
He's kind of leaned over and he's asking, and then he'll take the left hand and he'll kind of
I've
rotate
seen that.
it.
Yeah.
You know, he's like,
This sounds like the makings of creating an act for one of the worst cruise ships of all time. Hey, don't forget, down in our comedy club tonight, 2 shows only. Matt McMaster mimics Husker Media members asking questions at press conferences.
I'm not I'm very observant. I
know, but you're picking up the tendencies.
Mr.
That's
Observer.
how our friend Frank Caliendo, he picks up on the things, and that's how he starts to work on the impressions. You're in the infantile stages of doing that with all of these different
Emphasis on infant.
Would you call this? Because a lot of different guys.
Your Sipple is terrible.
No, it's not. It's good.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
it sounds nothing like.
What do you call it?
If it weren't for the voice gargling gravel, I would have had no idea what you were trying to do.
Well, that's the point.
You sounded more like the guy from Men in Black 1, the cockroach alien.
I saw
Sugar water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I saw Men in Black 1 14 years ago, and I've never seen it since.
Very specific.
Very specific.
That is very specific.
Why do you know
so
that?
long ago. There's just so many movies where I can claim that I saw them, but I don't remember anything about them. But I know that
the fact that you remember you saw it 14 years ago and
I
didn't know what year The Godfather was.
Hyperbolic.
Okay.
Jeez. I don't know. The 70s and 90s are the same to me. I wasn't born during either of them. Who cares? I mean, it's all old. It's all
Jurassic Park is
it all-
Twister.
This
Whether-
is very upsetting
what-
that the 90s are considered old.
Whether
Yeah.
like let's be real here. Like whether it's 15 years older or 30 years older, whether it was made in 1978 or 1995, it doesn't really matter to me.
I mean, 15 years older is like you were alive, though.
No,
15
I'm
years
saying
ago.
I'm saying the 15-year difference.
Oh,
Whether it was
between
made in
1990 and
78 and
75?
or 93, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
It's still well before my time.
Wow.
It is, but you realize that is a huge gap in terms of
Everything.
advances in
Technology.
technology
I'm sure.
in a lot
Football
of
was
different
way
areas. I mean, that's why there's a lot of movies being made today that have not aged well or won't age well because the gap, like if you make a movie in the 40s, it still plays pretty well even into the 70s because technology, hadn't advanced all that much. I mean, you added television,
What, you don't think
but-
The Hangover is going to age well as time goes on?
We talked about that a couple of years ago. I don't even think that's what John means. I think John's talking about from the technological standpoint.
Okay, for sure.
But,
Like,
what I'm saying is there's a lot of things
obviously.
where it's things seem like they have paced a lot quicker than it used to be. So thus, you as a person of your age can't understand. While yes, you're right, the difference between 1978 and 1993 to you is nothing. But for those of us who lived through it, just thinking how different things were.
Oh,
in
1,000,000%.
that 50. I mean,
1,000,000%.
and you could go back 30
Folks.
years before that, and the difference between 1938 and 1955 is, there's
Well,
Oh,
the
sure.
best, John, isn't the best representation of this Back to the Future? So in Back to the Future, it's set
Yes.
in 85. He goes back to 1955. Seems like a completely different era of life.
Yeah.
If we did the movie today, we'd be going from 2026 to 1996, which is just incredibly annoying as a human being who has been around for all
annoying,
of it.
but at the same time, there's also a lot of things that have changed. Where I mean,
Sure, but I don't think
the
it'd be
contrast
as
can be
jarring.
pretty
Would it?
stark.
Would it be as jarring
Yeah.
though?
I think so. Absolutely.
I don't even know what we would. I think it would be jarring if you.
I mean, yeah, it'd be jarring if it suddenly 1996 again, but it like 55 to 85, like
Oh, you're saying? I thought
like
you meant
technology completely.
I thought you meant
changed.
2096. You're saying
No, that would be quite different.
You're saying 1996.
1996. We're going back in time. Have you seen Back to the Future? Do you know
Yes.
about Back to the Future?
I watched Back to the Future, all three of them during Christmas.
This like most recent Christmas.
It's a good Christmas tradition. That's a good Christmas
That's
trilogy.
what my mom does.
You think so?
Yeah.
She just puts it on the iPad and we just watch it.
You're an iPad baby.
You watch it on the iPad?
We're cooking.
You don't have a television?
We're cooking in the kitchen.
What happened
and
to the
she
kitchen
puts the-
TV?
Cook for like 6 hours.
A little bit. Yeah, we got to prep things, man. I got to make the green bean casserole, the sweet
All right.
potato casserole. We got to
All
make the salads. We got to make the turkey. We got to make the yams, the lamb, the chicken, the hog.
I want to come to your house for a holiday someday.
You're not invited.
Why not? Your mom met me. She said that I was very nice.
Family only.
You don't deserve yam or lamb.
What? What about the carrots and the potatoes?
The only people that I would bring to my family dinner that wasn't my family would be a girlfriend. Do you
Wow.
want to be my girlfriend?
No,
I don't want you.
I
to be
have
my
zero
girlfriend.
desire to date you.
Exactly.
Wow, interesting. You know, as
It's
you get
family
older, it's
time.
fun. You can invite friends to things.
Yeah, maybe when it's my house and I'm calling the shots.
All right, fine. I won't hang out with your family.
It's family time.
I
You
don't
can
want-
hang out with my family at a different time. We could go. Do you want to go to a Northwestern football game with me at the new stadium?
Sure. That
Okay.
sounds fine.
All right, we can do that together. You can meet my family.
Maybe. We'll see.
John, would you like to join?
John, you want to go to
If I'm going to go to
Northwestern football game?
Chicago, I'd rather go to a Cubs game.
I can take you there. I live 15 minutes away from Wrigley
Yeah,
Field.
but I want to go with a Cubs fan, not someone who just like, I pay attention
poser.
to him like 3 times a year and then I'm done with him.
That is not true at
I
all.
feel like I'd have to sit
You
here
know-
and say,
you
okay, that's
know-
Pete Crow Armstrong. He's our center fielder. I would feel like you'd
Get
be
out
out
I
of
of
thought
it.
Pete Crow Armstrong was a pitcher.
Do I
No.
have to name you the entire lineup for you?
John's favorite 23-year-old.
Hap, PCA,
Oh, yeah, instead of-
Saya, Bush, Horner, Dansby, Bregman, Shaw in the DH role, and Amaya and Ballesteros behind the plate.
Dang.
What the
Nice.
hell is your problem?
That's
You
pretty
know
good.
I'm locked
It's
in.
not my problem. It's your problem.
We got Cabrera. We got Steele. We have Cade Horton. We got Palencia as
dudes.
our
Cade
closer.
Horton.
Guys love naming lineups.
Cade Horton.
Hey, you know what?
Horton.
Horton.
He
here's
heard
a
a who.
All right. I gave you a Cade
that was a
Horton.
very Brian Christopherson
I
pronunciation.
have because I have to be careful. I've been saying Creighton recently.
Creighton.
Creighton.
Did you hear?
Great.
Yesterday, John said that Pete Crow is his favorite 23-year-old. Your thoughts?
He's my favorite 23-year-old.
There you go.
I mean, come on.
Interesting.
You kidding me?
Well, wait a minute. How old is your quarterback? Isn't he about 23?
Caleb Williams?
No, he's older than that.
Is he
played
24?
He played 3 years in college, and then oh my God, he might be 23.
Caleb Williams. No, he is 24. He
That's
turned
what I
24
thought.
in
Okay.
November.
You're safe. You have a favorite 24-year-old too.
I have
wow.
a favorite 23-year-old. I have a favorite 24-year-old, and I have a favorite 20-year-old.
Who's your favorite 20-year-old?
Connor Bedard.
Who?
He's the star for the Chicago Blackhawks. He's like going to be
Connor
like,
Bedard is only 20.
yeah, he was 18.
I feel like people have been talking about him for like 5 years.
I know, right?
Wow, that's
Well,
crazy.
that's because hockey phenoms,
Good for him.
They
Good
grow
for
'em young.
Connor.
Is there
Wait,
a Chicago version of the Lancers?
Yes, they're called the Chicago Steel.
Oh.
That grew up going to their games. They play in Bensonville. They actually had they had the best like tournament setup in the state. And so when you played like big time tournaments, you went to I think they called it the Edge Ice Arena.
Oh, good
There
for
you
the
go.
Steel and their edging.
What league are the
Mm.
Steel in?
You have the Steel, and then you have 2 AHL teams in Illinois, one in Rockford and the one in Rosemont called the Chicago Wolves.
Okay.
There you go.
A lot of hockey in Chicago.
A lot of hockey in Chicago. Not any winning hockey in Chicago, but a lot of hockey to be had, if
When-
you will.
So when we were in St. Paul a couple weekends ago, we ended up at a Wild Bar because we were in downtown St.
Oh,
Paul,
that sounds like a terrible time.
and it's
I'd rather be in a tame bar.
That
but
sounds
go
like
ahead.
that sounds
Nice.
like the type of bar that you would, have 2 beers in and then get eliminated from. That sounds like the type of bar where you would have really, really
Wow.
high hopes, and then you'd be wildly disappointed because the night ended so quickly.
nice.
That's the type of bar where you bring all your Minnesota friends and you're like, oh my God, this is gonna be great. We're gonna turn things around, and then Zach Parisi ends up being a bust. That's what that type of bar.
So what was
sounds
going
like.
on with this bar, Nick?
Yeah.
So we didn't realize it was a Wild Bar. We were just trying to find somewhere walking distance from our hotel to get some food quick. And we walk in and it's just hockey, 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 hockey.
Oi, oi,
It's
oi.
Well,
very
it is Minnesota.
nicely wood paneled, but there's still like
Oh,
carvings. Yeah, there was like wood. It was very.
Whoa.
It's a weirdly
John's
up
dog.
class hockey bar, is what it was.
You tell me that there's wood in a bar, and I turn into a dog trying to chase a
Dog.
squirrel. I'm
dog,
like, ooh,
dog.
bar. The more wood, the better at my bars.
Nick, mark
Really?
that, please.
I love a wooden bar. I love a little hole in the wall where the bartenders are like 55 years old
Smiles and
and-
glory holes.
and they pour their drinks a little bit too strong, and Missy's been working there for 28 years and she keeps hitting on you, but it won't go anywhere.
Awesome.
Is
That's
the only
my type
beer
of
they
bar.
have there hams?
No, Shock Top and Coors. That's what they have on tap.
So they said they
In a
had.
Minnesota bar?
So in this place in St. Paul,
I'm describing Jackson Lincoln.
the online menu
Oh.
said they had hams, but at the actual physical menu, I didn't see hams at all.
Hams.
It was a bunch of local stuff, which is cool.
I think
had a
all
local
Minnesota
sour.
bars have to have hams. It's like old style in Chicago bars. It's just kind of one of those things you got to have.
I'm gonna have a Chicago handshake this weekend. Can't wait. That's a Malort in an old style.
Okay. I forget.
Remember
Why are
when
you
we
going
tried
back there
Malort?
again?
The Elimination Chamber plus a birthday party just to see family.
Elimination Chamber.
It's a WWE event.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
It's also it's a vacation.
When are you leaving tomorrow?
Tomorrow, no crossover.
No crossover tomorrow. Important
Wow.
information.
I've told you guys this
All right.
dating back to last week.
Okay.
I honestly, it's the first I've heard of it. So, but
tough.
good on you. Good on you.
John was gone
is
last
that at
week.
United Center or is that at?
It's at the UC. It's actually the first wrestling event or the first WWE event at the UC since SummerSlam in 1996.
Come
Yeah,
on,
because they normally are at the Rosemont.
They're at the
Allstate Arena.
the
I call it
Rosemont.
the Rosemont.
It's the Rosemont Horizon. You and I are in lockstep. I will never
Yeah.
call it.
Who's in for you? Is it Mr. Jacobson?
It's Mr. Jacobson. Is in.
comma Austin. Awesome.
So, and then we're trying to currently find a fill-in for Blue Jay overtime. So we're working.
Oh yeah, you've been talking about this for weeks.
I know. We finally have a potential.
Now I had an
prospect.
idea. So last
Do you
night,
want to do it?
No, I'm busy. So John, last night we had a meeting. Famously, our office did.
We did have a meeting. Yes.
Sandwiches ended up being what's for dinner, by the way.
We had
Nice.
sandwiches.
And so afterwards, a few of us grabbed some suds together. All were invited, but only 4 came. Tough look for those who didn't come.
No camaraderie for some.
John
people
had to go
here.
home. We understand.
I don't.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're walking there, and I said, for some reason,
I'm walking here.
I forgot that Matt did the post-game show. So I was thinking he was doing the pre-games because, like, just record it. And then he said, the post-game show? But then that gave me some great ideas.
Oh,
Matt could just read off every number between 1 and 100. And then Joey could take that and say, Creighton, insert number.
Yeah.
And then who are they playing this weekend?
Providence.
Providence.
Oh,
Providence, 52.
And I bet I could be like, Oswin had 37 rebounds,
Yes.
and like 24
Creighton struggled
points.
with the rebounding. And man, senior day, though. What a day for seniors.
Make it a real plug and play Mad Libs.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
post-game.
Very emotional day for Josh Dix. He had 17 points.
Joey, what did you think?
threes.
Could you give me a few specifics?
I think Joey could like pause and unpause
I
and
have
kind
no
of
doubt.
work his way around it. I think we could do a recorded post-game show for this specific Creighton basketball game.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Because, this team, the same things kind of happened over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit like, NJ Benson probably going to have 18 points tonight.
John, your thoughts?
I'm actually looking at something right now.
Okay.
Wow.
Because the one thing about Saturday, it is senior day.
Senior day.
It is the final home game. Thus, there will be senior day speeches.
Oh, that's the post-game show that John does that takes like an hour.
Oh, man. So that will be the post-game show won't start until, what time is the game on Saturday? Is it 3:30? 4:30. That's right. It's towards the end of the Nebraska USC game. So the post-game show, overtime, John, probably won't start until what? Like 7:15? 7:30?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the calendar right
What
now.
about
to
Jimmy
see.
Allen? Jimmy hasn't done one of these in a while. I bet he'd love to do the post-game show.
Well, he
again.
does his own
He
post-game
does his own
show.
post-game show, which is why he doesn't do overtime.
What about John Schreiner? John Schreiner has takes.
I have a guy.
And Drawn
You
Schreier.
just said that you're struggling to find
I
somebody.
have a prospect.
You have a prospect. Okay. Is it Mike Stibbs?
No, it's somebody who does a Creighton basketball podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll figure it out. We'll see what
Jacob
happens.
Badilla.
No, but that might be an option.
Jacob Bigelow.
Is it Karen McGee?
No.
Karen McGee.
No, it's not Karen.
One of the Blue Jays at the B guys. Oh, wow. Look at that. I got warmer over the course of the conversation.
Yeah, well, you keep guessing, you're going to get there. I mean, if you name every media member that might have some sort of relationship with the Jays.
Your producer, Otson, writes he knows who he wants to ask, but inexplicably hasn't asked them
No,
yet.
they reached out to me. I just have
This
to
is
give
3
them
days away
details.
now, Matt.
You
3
should
days
probably-
away.
Wait, someone asked you?
I've been putting the work in, everybody. I don't want to put I'm not putting this out there, right?
You just did?
No, you guys are keeping saying things and I can't not answer them.
Interesting.
You could not answer them.
Yeah, just plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth.
Odson says, TikTok, MFer.
Well, Odson knows that he might have to be the emergency guy to do it.
So he's like putting
he's like, you better.
He's
do
putting
it.
the lean on. That's an expression. Putting the lean
I know about lean.
Oh, interesting.
Backseat producing once again.
I'm just trying to help
Absolutely
you out,
ridiculous.
Matt. I'm trying to make the show better for all involved. My bad. My bad on trying to make your product awesome. I'll stop doing that.
You were doing that before.
Ha! Got him.
I mean, Josh gets 3 emails a week being like, aren't you supposed to mentor him?
I do?
Aren't you supposed to?
No, nobody emails that. They all say,
You suck.
for the most part, somebody already made fun of you about the whole Godfather thing from yesterday again. So
Yeah, come on. Get in line.
it's all right. We all make mistakes.
I don't care.
Except for Jesus.
Out of all of the...
Jesus probably made a mistake or two.
I mean,
he was human.
He didn't sin.
I mean, he did make the state admit... He did
That's Jesus' whole bit.
It's
Jesus
not
had
a-
2 bits.
It's not a bit. Jesus doesn't have bits.
Jesus does not have bits.
Stop it.
What does he have, John? A gimmick?
Okay, it's not... A
Well, I
gimmick.
mean,
It ain't
his gimmick
gimmicky.
is to turn the bread and the loaf.
It's not a gimmick. He did it.
3
Stop it.
biggest things
Well, but it's
Jesus
his
is
thing.
known for. 3 biggest things. Son of God, died for our sins, never committed a sin. Those are the 3 top line things, Nick.
I don't
Not
know.
committing a sin doesn't equate to being perfect, though.
What about turning the water into wine?
It did. He was the perfect person. Yeah, I'd say, John, that's in the top 5 for sure.
That's
You
what I'm
don't think
saying.
when he was
Those are
carpentering,
gimmicks.
he
That's a
never
gimmick.
accidentally used the wrong wood?
No.
You think
But that wouldn't
Jesus
be
had a
a sin.
100% hit
I
rate
guess,
on every
you know,
single part of his
That's a
life?
good dumb debates question. I guess I never considered that. Is that a
Jesus-
sin?
Jesus didn't commit sin, but it's not necessarily that like he was like the
So if he would have played
perfect-
basketball, he might have like thrown it out of bounds, and it's
No,
like you
yes,
hit turnover.
Yes, exactly.
Are you sure that's not a sin though?
That's
Well,
not
that's-
a sin.
It's not a
I mean,
sin.
A coach
To a
would yell at
basketball
you.
coach, it might be a sin.
Do you know
but
what-
in
do you know what-
actual-
God didn't write that
actuality-
down.
Do you know what would be a sin?
saying a curse word.
Making fun of somebody because of your mistakes or blaming it on somebody else or defecting. That would be the sin.
Or
If
would it,
Jesus were to make that mistake and say, my apologies, that's my bad, that would not be a sin.
interesting. I don't know. I don't know if you're
I don't-
right. If he says my bad,
I'm
I
not
think
having
like
this
oopsies.
conversation.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, but there's a difference between a mistake and a sin.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Poll question.
That was Jesus'
Oh.
secret fourth bit. He was just a guy.
He
Like he
doesn't-
was the son of God, but he was still a dude.
He doesn't have a bit. All right, Jesus doesn't have.
You seem very uncomfortable.
I
right
bet
now.
Jesus
because
had
you're
a
kind
bit.
of making some jokes about something that I mean,
Again, if you're of me and you believe the gimmick is a thing that is a positive as
Even
well
though you
as
never
can be a
say it
negative.
as a positive.
Yes, I do. Turning the water into wine, that's a good gimmick.
it's not a gimmick.
It's a great bit.
I think it's a bit.
Do you think he had control of it, or do you think it was a Midas situation? Oh, I'm so thirsty. I can't wait for some. Damn it!
No, he can't say that.
Oh, sorry. Darn it.
That would be a sin.
That
Yeah.
would be a sin. You're right.
I forget why he turned water into wine. I remember the loaves of bread and the fishes. That was to feed a lot
I
of
think
people.
back then, wasn't it? Might be a Nick fact. Wasn't it safer to drink booze than it was water? That's why so many kids were drinking beer and stuff back then.
That's a great question, Nick. I have no idea. Matt, you want to move on?
It's either wine or dysentery.
Would you like to? Would you-
Talking about sin, this entire segment has become that.
I mean, you live in sin from
Yeah.
time to time.
I
Matt.
do.
Not a bad day. Bad deal.
I'm not acting
in the Gospel
as if
of
I
me.
don't commit sins.
What's up there, John?
In the Gospel of me,
Mm.
Jesus performed his first public miracle at a wedding in Cana by turning water into high-quality wine, not just
Oh.
wine, high-quality
Dom
wine. So,
Perignon.
like Dom.
That's
yeah.
some 50-year-old aged wine.
I did talk to a pastor one time, and I was like,
Only
is
once?
drinking a sin? Like, is drinking a sin? Because he was going to this a religious concert where they sing like the religious songs and whatnot, the religious pop song.
Yep.
And I was like, do they sell alcohol at that thing?
No, probably not.
And he goes, yeah.
Oh,
Like,
wow,
yeah, they do.
interesting.
I was like, is drinking a sin? And he goes,
In the Bible, it says don't be.
a drunkard. He goes,
Bingo.
being a drunkard is a sin, but drinking itself
you
isn't.
have a beer.
You
you're
can have a
fine.
couple
And
of
then
free beers.
that pastor did say, he's like,
I
dude,
had
the
few small
Jesus,
beers,
he goes,
few
Jesus
small
and the
beers.
apostles, they got after it, but they weren't drunkards.
Interesting.
They got after it,
I don't
That's
think
what
they
he
got
said to
after
me.
it.
but they weren't drunkards.
Can you get after it if you're not a drunkard? I feel like
I can
they kind of go hand in
get
hand.
after it and
They go
not be
6'7"?
an alcoholic.
Yeah.
What was that?
I can get after it and not be an alcoholic.
Sure.
I can get put in the
You can
pocket.
stop anytime you want.
I really can.
Good for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's a good bit to have.
Or is it a good gimmick?
Or it's a good gimmick. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Don't call them bits. That was funny. Matt wants to move on as fast as possible.
I'm not that I'm moving on. I would just,
Oh, here's some news. You ready for this?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, good.
USC will open the 2026 season against San Jose State in week 0.
Whoa.
At the LA
Oh,
Coliseum.
good.
Ugh.
I hope San Jose State takes the first kickoff back coast to coast for a touchdown.
Oh, yeah, you missed it. John hates Eckler now,
Yeah.
and he's a rule homer.
John's a
Why?
massive
Why?
rule honk.
Why
Because
do you hate Eckler now?
said that they were coasting.
Because Eckler's got a screw loose.
Matt Rule is the most normal coach to ever coach in the history of
No,
coaching.
he's just more normal than Mike Eckler. That was the poll question.
What do you think? Who's more normal, Mike Eckler or Matt Rule?
Rule.
Yeah, we agree.
Thank
Rule
you.
is way more normal.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the
Rule
record-
didn't do blackface.
Exactly.
I think they're just two very different men with two very different philosophies. And despite all of being different men with different ways of coaching, he still wanted to pay him a crap ton of money to be on cruise control.
Do we know how
Yeah.
much he wanted to pay him? Have
And-
you heard?
There was a number that was like 825,000.
Wowzer.
Well, the
Yeah,
quote
that
the
was a
quote
number
from
I
Rule
saw.
was make him one of the top 2 paid special
at the
teams
very least, the
coordinators,
second
so-
highest paid special teams
It was going to
coordinator.
be because I looked at this before he got paid, before he got hired at Nebraska. Like I think it would have been like 700,000 or something like that was where the top coordinators were at. So I think it'd be anywhere from 800,000 roughly. I thought I saw a number of like 825 on some aggregated website.
Mm.
According
that
to
was
Al, the highest paid special teams coach, Jeff Banks at Texas, $1.2 million.
yeah.
Mickey Kahn, Mike Reed, Clemson, $950. Joe DeCamillis, $850.
Well, if it's 950, he'd have to be about
Sean
$1 million.
Papuchas.
Poopus.
Papupis.
Poopus.
That's what we call it. back in the-
$800,000.
John
LeVar
Papupis.
Woods at Iowa, $775. So yeah, we're talking close to $1 million.
Here's-
If Rule's saying we're going to make him one of the top 2,
Isn't that kind of crazy
it's
where
close to
they
100
literally are
million.
very different. They're just very different people. And, definitely, it seems like they butted heads, and yet he still was willing to pay him all that money to still be on cruise control. I don't know. I'm a little bit on John's side.
Have you ever seen the GIF of John Papuchis and Bo Pelini? Yes, here it is. I found it. Celebrating like a couple of crazy person. Okay, so this was they would have played Georgia in a bowl game, or no, maybe Georgia in a bowl game. I believe at the end of the so there's just a screenshot of it. By the way, it just kind of looks like Prudon a little bit. At the end of the first half, Georgia missed a field goal. They missed it. There was no block. Nebraska had nothing to do with this. You would think that Nebraska just made the greatest play in the history of mankind. Watch Papuchis. Yeah! Oh, I've always loved this one. Gosh, what an all-timer.
Should we put that side by side when Nebraska actually returned a kick for a touchdown and Eckler went to go and get Rule, and Rule goes, get away from me.
That was amazing.
We should put a side by side of those two GIFs and say, predict what happened.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
I call them GIFs too. I just say whatever the initial user says because I don't want to get into that argument.
Well, what if the initial user says potato?
Then
I'm going to have some potatoes.
I'll be like, that's some nice potatoes you have.
That is weird. Why would you
What if
do
the
that?
initial user uses a slur for somebody to refer to them?
Ah, yes.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Peterson, for your nice potatoes.
Okay. What on earth?
Nick, mark that.
No, Nick, don't mark that.
I'm gonna mark whatever I want to mark. How about that?
Mark it, Nick. Mark it. You show him the man. Don't let him backseat produce you. Don't let you're in control, Nick. You're in control.
You are in control.
Nick, you have the buttons at your fingertips.
The buttons.
Yeah. They're your buttons.
The buttons.
My
They're
buttons.
nobody else's buttons.
Look at my buttons.
Does anyone else have more of a problem with the letter T than our dear Matt? I mean, buttons, Creighton.
I don't know what to
Creighton,
tell you.
Creighton.
I just say T's.
Say Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning.
You skipped like one of the syllables.
You just said man.
Paid man.
Now we have a problem with N's.
I'm paid man.
Paid man.
Paid man.
Men.
It's like me saying
Peyton.
tornado.
You know, honestly, I
Tornado.
just do his like Allstate commercial where I go Peyton Manning. He's
Interesting.
Peyton Manning. Eli Manning.
John, what was the thing that we did for the horseshoe where I said, what did I say? Casino?
Casino.
And they asked me, one of the guys came down from upstairs. He was like, hey, good spot. Could you re-record that so you say casino instead of casino? Like, yeah, no problem.
It sounds like a Mexican restaurant.
It does, like a cantina and a casino.
Come to Horseshoe Cantina. They actually got a good little ale house over there. Horseshoe. But I always go to Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer,
win more.
And I love
their food.
That's our official casino of the Grum.
Heck yeah.
And of the zone.
Steve writes, John, if Rule is so normal, why would he do such an abnormal thing and replace a coordinator with two guys with zero experience as being coordinators and actually never holding a job as a position coach on a staff? John, your thoughts?
I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying he's more normal than Eckler, who is a goon.
I mean, to me, hiring somebody without experience
John called
is
him a gooner.
Crap call.
Wow. Think so? Play the Rule. That noise is so funny. Yeah. Oh, Grumball.
Oh, are you picking up? Are you doing a grumble?
Oh.
No, I'm not.
They're all over the floor. Pick one up.
Yeah, you have to now predict something.
I have to predict something.
Yes.
That's what a grumble
You did
is.
that. You put the coin in.
BYU will make the college football playoff next season.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna put that on the list.
That's a good
put it
list,
on the
Adam.
list. Put it on the list.
BYU will make the college football playoff.
Was that
Do
the
you actually
first?
believe that, or were you just throwing something out there?
No, I
just
read
to-
an article today, and they're going to get LJ Martin back and Barry Bachmeier back, and they had one of the.
They're going to get LJ who back?
LJ Martin.
Martin.
I said it correctly.
You did.
I
the
believe
first
you
time.
said Martin.
Yeah,
Martin.
Martin.
All LJ Martin will be.
Was that the
back.
first non-Josh Peterson grumble?
Aren't the Grumballs supposed
Well,
to
but
be?
this
Though,
is
they're
a
supposed
list
to
item,
come
though.
through. They're supposed to be like inside sources, correct?
Yeah. And they're right about 53% of the time.
83% of the time.
It is not that 80. It's not
Grumballs
83.
have a very high hit rate.
I saw balls, and I go, let me click it.
We are a mature radio show.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Very
That's right.
We are too, and we are the most Middays with Matt is the most progressive show on 1620.
Oh yeah, you talked about women today.
No, that's no. This week in
How
women's
hot
history is
women
tomorrow.
were in
No,
history.
it's this week in women's history.
It's not
Dimes
about
through the decades.
No, stop it, Nick. All right, it's not
Hey,
about
Toots.
how hot they are. It's about what they contributed to society.
Sally
Hey,
Ride.
everybody,
What a babe.
It's Toots Tuesday.
Matt, you're doing a segment called Toots Tuesday.
That's messed up, dude.
I don't know if that's
Yeah,
allowed.
That'll debut in March, which is Women's History Month.
Well,
Oh,
it would be
Stay
Uts-
tuned. Coming up
Uts
next is
Tuesday.
the Dame of the Day.
Hudson says it's not about how hot they are. Put that on the marquee.
It's not. It's about.
So you
what-
don't think they're attractive?
Well, I
Whoa,
think
Matt, what are you saying? They're ugly?
They're all beautiful in their own way, dude.
It's just no. It's one of those things that just happen to all be former swimsuit models. But we're talking
Fascinating.
about.
They just
Fascinating.
happen to be swimsuit models.
I don't pick them. They're submitted by the listeners and curated by Josh Odson.
Mustache Adam says, I'm shocked Matt can say dimes through the decades. There's a lot of D's in there.
I got no
Thank
problem.
God it's not times through the decades.
Or maybe it is times with the decades. You wouldn't know.
Oh, crap, you're right. I didn't think about
It
that.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, if it was, I'm good with the D. Dimes through the decades.
Thank you for
I'm
the
good with a D. Mark that
Oh,
one.
it's already
Vic.
marked.
Choo-choo.
Nicely done.
Good job, Matt.
Thank you. I just gotta do my best.
You know what? I'm going to say it. Happy New Year. Okay, now you ruined it with a baseball noise.
We have baseball.
Well, but
all
he
day.
made good contact.
We talked
made
about
good
the
contact.
College World Series at
Yeah,
last
this
night's
was-
meeting.
This was a good contact crossover.
Yeah.
Just put it right through the A-hole.
Nice. Or the B hole. Or, the C
B-hole,
hole.
or the C hole.
That was so funny. Oh my
Horse crap call.
God. So funny.
I'm just turning into the guy that just presses all the drops.
Mm. Well, Matt, we probably
Yeah,
should-
that's usually our bit
yeah.
where we just
Well, I mean,
surprised that we didn't do it yesterday on No Guest Tuesday.
That's right.
no guest Tuesday. Great
Yep.
job.
Yep. All right, we do got to go because we have a guest coming up this hour. So who's on a time crunch? We got to kick you out of here.
What is
It's One Guest Wednesday.
is
Yeah,
it
it's
going to
one guest
be?
Wednesday.
One guest.
Is it Nick
Wednesday.
Ball?
Boom. The very Nick
Way to go.
Bang!
Someone play the Breen.
We don't have that drop.
I have that. It's my
Yeah.
drop. It's no one else's
Bang,
drop.
bang.
Nice.
Every time I
All
make a
right.
good joke, we press a bang.
So you play it once every week?
We played it 0 times.
Well, I can do
today.
this.
That's Brunts.
Before we
See
leave,
ya.
Nathan wants to know, can you guys explain Happy New Year? You'll find out the week of Christmas.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Woo.
And have a happy 2027. We will be back with more after this on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Every seat looks like they got a towel on them.
What color towel?
They're blue. It's a blue out tonight.
I think I just blew myself.
Nice.
That's what they'll say at the game tonight.
That's an arrested development.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
That means that's over 17,000 towels. That's a lot of towels.
Lot o' towels.
I wonder how much that costs. I wonder what the towel budget is on the line sheet.
That's a great question.
Excuse me, what's our towel budget this year?
I forgot to set up our towel budgets.
Damn it.
Yeah. A lot of things. A lot of things.
You don't think this will accidentally embolden DePaul, do you? Their color is also blue.
Well, I mean, every team in the Big East not named Providence
It's blue.
is blue
Has some blue.
or has blue in their colors.
Yeah.
So I guess
Got to do what
Yeah.
you got to do, Nick.
Which is why Georgetown should just go to the Big East.
Which is why Georgetown should go
Georgetown.
to the Big East.
is in the Big East.
Or who was I thinking about?
I don't know.
Who's that other team that's in Washington that I think is in the Big East?
Gonzaga, who also has blue in their colors.
They're
Yeah,
in
there we
Washington
go.
State, though. They're that's the state of Washington.
Yeah.
Remember, they're on the West Coast. Spokane. Very far away.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been
Very
mixing up Georgetown and Gonzaga? Is that where the confusion? Because they're both G.
No,
Wow, I bet the
They
people
both-
at
they're both
Gonzaga are
both-
insulted.
they're both Bulldogs, right?
Yes, well, they both
Georgetown
have Bulldogs
Hoyas.
as mascots.
Hoya.
Hoya.
Hoya,
Yeah.
but the Bulldog is the mascot of Georgia.
So I think that's adding some of my confusion is the whole
Mm.
Bulldog mascot thing.
Mm.
Either way, join the Big East. You're blue.
Sure.
All
Why
right.
not? Why not? You know, outside of the addition of UCLA, the Big Ten didn't have any. Well, I guess Illinois has blue and orange.
Yeah.
Yep.
Big Ten doesn't have many blue teams in
No,
it.
the Big Ten is red.
The Big Ten is very red. Oh, Penn
UCLA,
State.
Michigan,
Penn State.
State.
But you see, they had to add a lot of them
Mhm.
just to get
Northwestern is blue adjacent.
that's purple.
I'm just saying it's blue adjacent.
It's
For
also
me,
red adjacent.
Well, yeah, that'd be also red adjacent.
Red and blue famously make purple.
purple is more blue than red to me.
I think they're the same amount of red and blue.
For me, Nick, I'm colorblind.
Okay, but I'm telling you science.
I don't care about this.
Josh Peterson not here for science.
Not here for this science.
Somebody was watching the State of the Union last night.
No, I had a meeting, John, with you. We were in our meeting. We had a meeting.
It is a Wednesday final show from my jail cell.
Wow, the end of the season.
Of course, I haven't been here in the jail cell since like middle of January.
It's something unpredictable, but in the end, it's right.
Is that true, John? You haven't
Yeah,
been there
we have
since-
not had a
Yeah, he
midweek
hasn't been
game
here.
since
Oh, yeah, I
the.
know that.
I was just looking this
You haven't had a
up.
midweek game? Oh, that's right, because all the
No, a
midweek games have
midweek,
been on the
a midweek
road.
home game
Yeah.
since the Georgetown game.
You mean the
on
Gonzaga
13th.
game?
No, the Georgetown. Oh, yes. The
Which
Gonzaga-
one's in
yeah.
the Big East?
Mm. Yeah, Steve
Yeah,
asked
that's-
last week, John, when you were out, he goes, what's up with the schedule this year? John's gone all the time. And I said, all of the road games are during the midweek.
Mhm.
John is always
no,
gone.
Or Xavier? Was Xavier?
Gotta be your bowl.
No, Xavier
they
was on the
Bulldogs too?
weekend,
Xavier is the Musketeers.
I know. I was
Oh,
making
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, it's been
Make fun of me.
it's been a while.
Good one.
It has been a while. It has not been a while, however.
Since the
Whoa.
Grum down?
It's
been about 24 hours.
Hang on.
Nothing
There we
happened,
go.
John. Whatever you
No. One of the tabs got pushed, and so
Ah.
everything got moved over on my screen.
Mm.
We got important hoops tonight.
Oh, baby.
Important hoops tonight.
Let's go.
Nick Baugh on the call.
Let's go.
Not for both games, just for this one
That's true.
on TV.
Uh-huh.
apparently he doesn't get along with Kevin Cougars.
Nope. That's why they're not together tonight.
I mean, every time Kugler calls a Nebraska game, they lose.
No, that's not true, Nick. Not
the
every
good news
time.
is he is not on the call tonight. It's Kevin Cougars.
Oh, true.
So you're going to have to start blaming somebody else, Husker fan, if Maryland pulls the upset. Hoiberg versus Iowa, the rebuttal.
Ooh, do you have the video?
I do.
All righty.
I do.
Let's go.
Congratulations to Michigan, the champions of the West.
Wow, he said that with a lot of excitement in his voice.
No kidding.
Well, they've clinched at least a share.
Remember a couple weeks ago when you said Nebraska's going to win the Big Ten, and then they lost?
No. I remember I said it was conditional.
There
they
was
had
a
to beat
path
Purdue.
to maybe sort of
They had to beat
kind of
Purdue. Famously did not beat Purdue.
They
Thus,
didn't.
the conditional prediction went out the window.
Sad.
Who is the next college football blue blood to fall?
Uh-oh. I have an answer to this question.
Well, then if we do this, we have to have the argument, what's a blue blood?
Great
now?
point, Nick. Great point. It could be two
always
topics
happens.
in one.
It could be.
Is Nebraska blue blood? 402-951-1620.
Not anymore.
Is there anything good about the number 24?
I liked the show. Season 5 was awesome.
Well, the show was okay. The concept of the playoff might not be, but we'll try to concoct something good.
Whoa,
about 24.
John is going to say something nice
Whoa.
about Tony Petiti's plan.
You know what's more
No.
funny than 24? 25.
25.
It's a SpongeBob joke.
Oh, man, I hated that show.
Well, I know what your problem is now.
Interesting.
Some new developments in the world of trying to enforce tampering that have just come down this afternoon. 7-figure fines and summer over spring ball. Some interesting developments today that we can discuss.
Awesome.
It is a dumb debates Wednesday.
I got some stuff saved on my sheet. I got some questions to ask.
I got one from last week that somebody sent us.
You got one from last week. I'm looking forward to it.
And you can always add to our dumb debates file. Use the hashtag dumb debates.
The dumb debates files.
Oh, no.
Just send us your dumb debates on the Zone Twitter feed
Nice.
at USC 1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates or into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And we'll get to that in the happy hour today. And 2026 could see a hurricane.
Talking about the alcoholic drink?
You're talking about the song from Bob Marley?
I'm
Or not
talking
Bob Marley,
about
Bob Dylan.
a
Here I
hurricane.
am.
Hurricane.
Rock you like a hurricane. Are you talking about that? Isn't
No,
that
I'm
by
not
John's
talking
favorite
about.
band?
I am not talking about Hitler's Revenge.
Are you talking about Katrina?
Oh, wow.
Talking about a hurricane. 402-951-1620. Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline if you would like to get in touch with us today. I should have known. I should have known. Remember yesterday during the Grum, we had that traffic report about the sinkhole.
Yeah.
I should have known in the year 2026 that we would have Vidya. Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard about this?
Hard
There
not to.
is there is Vidya of the sinkhole as it happens. Several angles, as a matter of fact.
Oh, wow.
Several angles, but this one was my the preferred
What,
one.
your
This-
favorite? You're saying this is
Not-
the favorite
not
of
favorite.
the people who were
Not
falling into a
favorite.
sinkhole?
Not
this one made
favorite.
me laugh the hardest.
Not favorite. Not favorite, but there the cars are just sitting there. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And it was perfect. I mean, how it opened up and just sank the cars right in. It was like right on the dividing line. So the cars are sitting at the stoplight there. What was it?
67th and Pacific.
67th and Pacific, right there near UNO's Exarban Village campus. And they're right there. And look how they are both of the vehicles. You know how they always say, got to keep your wheels behind the white line?
Thankfully, their wheels are on the white line.
They were perfectly staged, to use a drag racing term. They were perfectly staged, wheels on the white line, and that's where the concrete broke and sunk them into Mother Earth. And I can only imagine what the dude sitting behind them in that pickup truck is going, whoa!
So The video that I saw from another angle, that guy in the black pickup, he waited a bit and then he just slowly backed up. It's really funny. Then there was another guy next to him.
I mean, if the Earth's falling in, I'm figuring.
No, absolutely. Good call on his.
He probably thought it was his fault.
It was just the comedic timing of it was really good because he just started to slowly back up, and then another guy. It was a really cool moment of community helping community, though, because later on in another video, there's people that would somebody got out to block traffic, another person got out to help direct traffic, another person jumped out and helped the people out of their cars.
Yeah,
really cool. So good job.
There was
Omaha.
a different angle.
Good job.
They showed the because they're waiting at the light and the cross traffic is going across, and there's a guy driving past as it happens in his pickup truck, and you can tell he was caught off guard because he starts slowing way down as he's going through the green light. It was like, oh my, did I just see what I just saw? Oh wait, I got to keep driving.
And there was another guy who, right when it happened, he was in the middle of turning, and then that happened, and he just stopped mid-turn and backed up.
Crazy. I'm happy everyone's okay.
Yeah, everyone was okay. It was, but yeah, it's a good thing they were properly staged. Otherwise, they could have been a little bit worse. But unbelievable how these things happen.
Yeah,
I couldn't
imagine. What is, because Riz asked me that today at lunch. She said, what is the science behind it happening? Is it that faulty, original laying of the concrete? Is it something like that? Or is it the weather? Is this kind of like a bigger pothole?
It kind of seems like erosion, right? Like whatever dirt or whatever was underneath just kind of wore away to the point where concrete couldn't hold it.
According to KETV Newswatch 7, so there was a water main. It sounds like a water main break underneath the ground.
And so that caused the erosion.
And as a result, there's, the water starts leaking away and it starts eroding away at the soil underneath the concrete. And so this isn't a concrete issue, because remember, concrete is sitting on top of, the soil. So it's not a concrete issue. It's not a pothole.
It's a soil issue.
It is the soil underneath. It's literally the ground underneath that erodes away and collapses, and then just the weight of the cars sitting on top of the concrete, eventually the concrete just fractures. By the way, I need to get a screenshot of this. The guy, there's an accompanying video. He looks just like Jed. He's giving a press conference about the sinkhole, and it looks exactly like Jed.
Maybe it is Jed.
I doubt it, because Jed, he's a mail guy.
He's delivering the mail.
He's delivering the mail. He would continue on his, remember, neither sleet nor snow nor sinkhole will keep me from my duties, or whatever the mailman's creed is. All right, so 402-951-1620 if you'd like to get in touch with us today here on the Grum. We mentioned the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. If you would like to submit dumb debates, use the Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates. We've got a lot to get to today.
Yeah.
And we will start with basketball here tonight. It's the penultimate home game between Creighton and DePaul. And down in Lincoln, it is the penultimate home game for Nebraska as they take on Maryland.
Good word, penultimate. No, it'll be swish.
Will it?
Well, hopefully the Jays, it'll be swish. Yes. So we'll talk about both those and a huge game tonight in the Big East as well. So we'll get to it all with one of the great voices of Fox Sports and Peacock.
Hell yeah.
Our own Nick Baugh joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
Dino here with Leach Camper Sales. You'll be pleasantly surprised to see how affordable an RV can be. We have travel trailers with payments as low as $150 a month for qualified buyers, and they're ready to drive off the lot. Check out our inventory at leachcamper.com and bring us your trades.
And don't forget, coffee's always on.
Welcome back. Coverage of Creighton basketball tonight after the Grum is done at 6 with Austin Jacobson, and then we'll take over at 7:30, 8 o'clock tip. Creighton DePaul, big matchup tonight for positioning in the Big East standings. That 5th spot is still wide open, trying to get that first-round bye. And, yes, it would be a bye in the conference tournament. And the guy who's going to be on the call on the opposite side of the floor from yours truly is our good friend Nick Baugh of Peacock and Fox. Nick, I can tell you shoot-around has not started yet, so you're in good shape. The guys are just getting here.
Okay. When you start to sense that shoot-around is beginning, we got to have a code word. I don't know what it is, but when you drop that code word and
chocolate sprinkles. We'll say chocolate sprinkles.
Well, I was going to use sinkhole, but then I don't want people to think there's another sinkhole happening.
No, we don't want that. Man, I don't. Bad vibes off season. No, that's probably not right. We don't want that either. I don't know what we're gonna do. We'll figure it out.
Eckler. That's our code word.
I
Eckler.
love it. Nick, a serious question, the most serious question to kick off this conversation.
Oh, man.
Were you ever involved on one of the Kansas or Creighton teams with a situation like the one that's going through Nebraska right now where seemingly everybody gets sick every single week over the last 2 months?
No, I don't recall. I remember being sick, but I can't remember telling Coach Altman or someone and being like, "Can you make sure you relay that to the late great Steve Pivovar and Tom Chattel that gets out?" Doesn't it seem like people's being sick gets relayed to the public way more often than years past? I don't know. But to answer your question, Josh, I can't really remember a time where everybody was sick all at once. I'm not sure what the deal is here, but no, I thank God I didn't endure things like that.
Good.
Well, the weird thing about it is we already had one round. Remember when Mast was under the weather and there was a bit of a bug that went through Creighton's team. That was a month ago. So it's a second round or something. I guess get your flu shots, kids. That's the lesson of the day.
Yeah, I always, whenever I don't know if you guys are like me, when I do get sick in the winter and I get over it, I'm like, all right, I think I'm clear now. There's this weird thing you tell yourself, all right, you only have to deal with it one time and that's it. It's like the DMV when you renew your license or something like that. All right, I don't have to deal with that anymore. And that's clearly not totally the case, I guess, for Nebraska here. Hopefully these guys get some vitamin C in them and get ready to rock because they still got some important baloncesto to play down the stretch.
They do indeed. Let's start with a game you're on. We'll start with a game you're on tonight here at CHI. Speaking of things that are kind of weird, this Creighton season has been that way. And I guess last week was probably a great microcosm of the ups and the downs. You have the high of the best win of the season by far against a team that could be a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. And then you follow it up with a 31-point loss at Madison Square Garden, where Creighton has one of its worst games of the year. This year, as you have watched it from afar, having obviously covered some of these games this season, it just doesn't – it's really hard to put your finger on just what is the real Creighton Blue Jays 2026.
John, I can't believe you're asking me this question because I was going to try to grab the steering wheel and take it to this topic. It is February 25th, and we are 20 plus games into this thing, and I am not sure. I've been intimately involved with Creighton basketball for now 20 years straight, and I don't know if there's a team that I have less of a feel for in terms of even what it really is. I can't necessarily say well, when this player plays well, it changes everything, or they have to do this, or they have to do that. It's just been a bizarre season of this team continuing to try and find itself. It's crazy to me that it seems like Creighton hasn't really figured out their rotation yet on lineups they like or who they want to play and how much they want to play. It's just been a perfect storm of a lot of different things coming together. Obviously, it starts with Jackson McAndrew's injury being very problematic. It's hard. I think we knew that Creighton was going to have a really challenging time defensively this year, but it's even been more of a challenge than I anticipated it to be. Just struggling to get any sort of teeth and consistent play on that end of the floor has made things hard, because now all of a sudden you're not able to get enough stops and rebounds and get out and run, which is where this team, I do believe, feel like, the 3-point line, very important, and playing with pace, very important. Those two things are absolutely true. If I had to pick one player that does feel like the barometer for the team, it feels like it's Nick Graves. Like, it feels like when Graves plays well, it ends up being, at least offensively, the best version of what they can be. But I don't know how you two have viewed it from afar, but this has been as perplexing of a Creighton season from the standpoint of trying to figure out really who this team is that I can remember in 2 decades.
Yeah, Nick's like, along those lines, McDermott was speaking to the media earlier this week, and he said something about how this is like one of the worst years in a long time, and we're still talking about a 4th-place finish in the Big East. And he said, I guess that's not all bad. Like, I wonder what you think of the dichotomy of that, of this has not been a great year. They could still somehow get the bye into the 4-5 game. And then there's also just the looming, what is McDermott going to do with his future? I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, what does the end of the season and, like, leaving a good taste in the mouth of the program mean, given that we still don't really know what's next?
Yeah, I don't know, Josh. That's the interesting thing. The elephant in the room is kind of what is going to happen with Greg McDermott and Al Huss and everything moving forward, and how much does that hinge on how this season ends. And as the beauty of college basketball is, you always do technically control your own destiny when March rolls around, and that's what makes a game like tonight so important. It is paramount to get a top 5 seed, so you have to play one less game in Madison Square Garden in a couple of weeks. And I think you guys would agree, yeah, there's clearly there's UConn, there's St. John's, and a gap, and then there's Villanova, and then there's another gap, and then there's everybody else. But at the same time, the Big East feels like a potential bid thief kind of a conference tournament to me. Like, you look across the board, it's like Providence could put it together for a couple of games with how talented they are. Seton Hall is good enough defensively to grind out a few games. Xavier can score 95 points on any given night, and certainly, as Creighton proved last week, they went to UConn and beat UConn. So, like, who's to say that Creighton couldn't put it together and go potentially be playing for a Big East Conference Tournament championship? They've made it to that game a lot. So I don't know, Josh. I'm not totally sure how to kind of size up how this season ends. It is kind of amazing the way Greg McDermott put it. Like, hey, down year, but still 4th place is kind of remarkable, and speaks to just the level of play and the level of consistency, and just how good Creighton has been and how good Greg McDermott is, that's the case. But yeah, I don't know. There's still a version of this season that ends on a pretty high note, but there's certainly the opposite of that is true as well.
Nick Baugh joining us. He'll be on the call tonight on Peacock. When you look at the matchup, obviously the first game, it was trading 3s for 2s. Creighton shot the ball excellent from 3. But they got destroyed in the paint. N.J. Benson had the first of what has been a really good stretch run for him. Their guards were very active. They had 18 assists between their top 4 guards in Chicago. When you look at what Creighton has to do tonight, obviously it's got to start in the paint, because when you lose a paint point battle 46-12, that usually doesn't mean you win. Crazy enough, Jays were 1 basket away from winning.
I know. Well, and what's crazy, too, though, is that if you would have told me when that ball tipped up in Chicago a couple weeks ago that Creighton was going to go 14-27 from 3, I would have said, Creighton's going to win by 10. Mm-hmm. And yet they lose the game. So very interesting box score to study in hindsight. To me, if you're Creighton, you have to at all costs try not to get beat up inside. And if that means really packing that paint, if that means mixing some zone, if that means sending 2 at N.J. Benson, whatever it is, you have to find a way to make DePaul beat you from long range, because this is not a great shooting DePaul team. They're 252nd in the country in 3-point shooting, and certainly they're much better defensively than they are offensively. I mean, every night, the one thing that Chris Holtman's done a nice job of is he has certainly established a competitive level of fight and grit on the defensive end of the floor that has been kind of eluding DePaul for a long time. And so they're they're formidable on that end of the floor. It's a top 50 Ken Palm defense. But offense is always a kind of a coin flip for DePaul. So you look at this game, to me, it's you cannot get beat that bad in the paint again. You got to make DePaul a jump shooting team. Certainly that's easier said than done. But ultimately Creighton's going to be a team that's going to have to win with their offense. And certainly when they're at home, the pace seems like it's better. Even Chris Holtman said as much a couple hours ago. He goes, it's almost like they're 5 to 10 mile an hour faster in this building than they are on the road. They just really, really can fly up and down the floor. So, you got to get out and run. Gonna have to knock down some threes, but man, you got to do what you can to try and dig that ball out of the paint and force some jumpers defensively.
Nick, looking in your rear view a couple days, you were down Fieldhouse on Monday. You watched Kansas take down Houston. The story of the year has been Darren Peterson and just everything going on. What did you learn? Because I have to imagine that everybody you talked to, on or off the record, you were trying to figure out what is real and what is not real with this Peterson situation.
It is bizarre, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, it really is. And it's officially entered into a place where whatever the explanation or reason or of what's going on is probably not very good. Because if you just entertain the idea that, okay, maybe he's load managing himself for the NBA draft, well, that's not good, right?
Nope.
If he's actually dealing with some health stuff, well, that's not good. I mean, you can't make it through. You can't make it through a full college basketball season, and you can't make it through a full game. That's obviously not good. So it's just unfortunate that it's kind of evolved into this place. And it's almost like there are two different Kansas teams. There's the Kansas team with Darren Peterson and the one without, and it's certainly frustrating because you get kind of teased whether it's the Baylor game or the first half of the BYU game or the end of the Texas Tech game, where you see flashes of like what Darren Peterson can be. You're like, holy cow! This is like one of the. This looks like an NBA player playing in college. You know what I mean? Like that's what this looks like. And so it is perplexing, man. I can't really figure out a way to make heads or tails of it. I haven't really dug too hard on it because certainly, it's certainly a weird situation. I'm hoping that March and the NCAA tournament has a way of everybody kind of getting locked in and doing what they have to do to make sure that he can stay on the floor, because if he can stay on the floor and they continue to kind of work on the chemistry of having him on the court with the other guys, then I think that this is a team in KU that could make a run to Indianapolis easily. But if not, they could bow out way earlier than they want to.
Nick, you saw Nebraska early in the season, middle of the season. You've seen them late since they've lost their only games of the year. Is there really that big a difference between between those teams, how they started the year and how they look right now, knowing that it's been kind of a weird situation? You've had guys in and out because of injury, in and out because of illness, and you've had some really interesting matchups, including the one last week against Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rink Mast has slowed down a little bit, which is different than how he was at the start of the season. That's one thing that jumps out. I think people understand. Okay, whoa, this Price Sanford guy, this is like code red scouting report defense stuff. You know what I mean? Like he is now getting the focal point and the full attention of everybody defensively, that maybe early on, I'm not sure if the awareness was fully there. But it's funny to me. I don't know how I think there's just a heightened level of anxiety with Nebraska basketball in general, because they've never done what they feel like they're about to do. And that gets you a little like, oh my God, we got to keep this train on the tracks. Like I know they've lost, 4 games here in the last couple of weeks. I feel just as good about them now than I did before when they were sitting at 20-0. Like they've really yet to have a loss to me that is like really concerning. I mean, maybe the start of the Purdue game was concerning, but the way they rallied back in that one was so impressive. Iowa's a unique team because they're one of the few teams that has the discipline on both ends of the floor, and because that's what it takes to beat Nebraska. If you are not disciplined, they are going to cut you up eventually. They have the discipline, and they have a guy in Bennett Sturts that could chase Price Sanford around and he could control tempo and deal with Nebraska's unique defense and find a way to get to 20-plus points. And so not too many teams are built like that. Plus, it was on the road. So I still feel pretty good about where Nebraska's at right now. I've said this to other people. I really feel like Nebraska's going to they're going to benefit from getting out of playing conference opponents in the NCAA tournament, just because I really think Nebraska is a really challenging and unique team to go against if you have not seen them. And I remember talking to Brad Underwood before that Illinois game, and he was saying, man, the word he used was shambles. He said, Nebraska had us in shambles in the first 10, 12 minutes of that game. And if you've not dealt with the no middle defense and the unique nature of how Nebraska defends, it can discombobulate you. I mean, this is a 10-palm top 5 defense in the country. And then offensively, John, you and I saw it up close and personal. I mean, you remember that Princeton team in the Sweet 16. If Creighton wouldn't have had a full week to get ready for all the back cuts and the different things that they were doing, that could have been a totally different story just because of how unique it was.
Right.
Well, Nebraska runs some of those similar principles. So I say all that to say that I am very anxious to see what it looks like when Nebraska gets back out of the Big Ten and into the NCAA tournament, how these teams deal with some of the unique natures of how they play on both ends of the floor. So I don't know. I kind of rambling here on Nebraska, but like I still feel good about them. They have their deficiencies. They're not overly athletic. They're not blessed with a great, creator off the bounce. They have to kind of manufacture shots with movement and with Fred Hoiberg's dry erase board. All those things have been the case for this whole season. They're going to continue to be the case, but I still feel good about this group. You hope they finish strong though, because you guys know there's a big difference between playing a 13 seed or a 14 seed than there is playing a 5 or a 12 seed. Those are big differences, and can be the difference between having a historic and amazing run here in March and maybe having another frustrating one end.
Nick, last one. Knowing that you haven't seen everybody, who's the best team you've seen in person this year?
Gosh, best team I've seen in person. Man, Arizona looked good when I had them on Saturday, even without Cole Pete. What's funny, Josh, is I was telling Kugler as we were walking into the Fertitta Center, I was like, I haven't been totally wowed on film by Arizona. Like, I get they're good, but I haven't been totally blown away. But in person, they have really, really impressed me. So I will say them or Michigan. I mean, Michigan's just so big in that. Mara, Johnson, Lendenborg, the depth they have and the size inside. So Arizona or Michigan would be kind of 1 and 1A, 1B for the best teams.
All right, chocolate sprinkles. Shoot around his beginning. Eckler. Sorry.
Eckler. Hey, you guys, I love listening to you. You guys, it's so cool to continue to watch you guys flourish on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It's a great show. If I don't tell you and via text, you guys crush it. I'm a loyal listener and love everything you guys do, man.
Thank you, Nick.
And we love everything you do, which includes being on Westwood One for the NCAA tournament.
Yay.
Once again as studio analyst. So he'll be there all the way through the Final Four. So he will be taking over our airwaves in a few weeks.
You're welcome. How about that? I'll give you guys some time off here. Thank you guys.
Bye, Nick.
I appreciate the kind words. Yep. Bye.
All right, we'll see you. Nick Baugh will be here tonight at CHI Health Center for Creighton and DePaul. And, of course, tonight you got UConn and St. John's. First place on the line. If the Johnnies win, they wouldn't wrap it up, but I don't see them losing again. So you could give them the repeat title if they were to win tonight on the road. But if UConn wins, then game on down the stretch between the Huskies and the Johnnies.
By the way, the Big Ten availability report just came out. No Jamarcus Lawrence, no Berke on the injury report. So it looks like both of those guys will be playing tonight. We were wondering, of course, Lawrence with the ankle and then Berke just with the sickness as that continues to go around.
Well, I thought Lawrence also had the sickness. Didn't Lawrence also
Oh, yeah,
have
he
the
did have the
sickness?
sickness. You're right. Yeah. Barrett
Yeah.
had the sickness before last game, which is why he missed it. And yes, when Fred talked yesterday, he mentioned that. Aaron texts in, I don't say this lightly. I truly think Ba is one of the best 5 college basketball analysts across all of sports. He has a Rolodex of information that he knows how to wield to support what he has to say. He absolutely loves and watches the game, so it's not guesswork. Yeah, Nick rocks. Always good to get him on.
You do not get an unprepared Nick Ba on a broadcast. He will know what it is he is talking about. He will not misidentify guys playing with 7 different schools in their past. He knows the backstory and he knows the game. He knows the coaches.
Yep.
I like when we have Nick on because you say things like Nick rocks and I can pretend you're talking about me.
Nick,
Well,
you exist.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Legally. I exist.
There he is. Look at Nick.
You exist.
Hi.
We'll get deeper into the preview of the 2 games tonight coming up, but that'll be later in the show. But coming up next, Fred Hoiberg does not forget. And we did get a bit of an update from Troy Dannon on a few things.
Nice.
Also, a bit of a follow-up from yesterday regarding tampering and what the NCAA might do about it.
Huh?
They might be growing some teeth again.
The Teeth, a movie we did in Movie Club that Nick loved.
I did not like that movie at all.
We will be back. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. The Final Frontier Tour. No, this is not Star Trek. It's Journey. Coming to Lincoln's Pinnacle Bank Arena Thursday, April 9th. And we've got tickets to the show, which means we're going to have to do something about that later this week. But you can find out more details online at 1620zone.com.
So really, me and Josh are going to have to do something about it later this week.
Well, John is going to be here. He's not leaving us.
I'm not leaving you. I'm going to be here all week.
I have trust issues with him now, you know?
With John?
Why do you have trust issues?
I mean, you do keep
what?
leaving us. You're never here anymore. We never see you anymore. You never talk
I'm
to
here.
us
Am I
anymore.
here? Am I here? I'm here. I'm here.
He meant.
I am literally in the same zip code as you are. Well, maybe not the same zip code.
Not. Yeah,
same
you're
area
code.
I don't know what the zip code here is. And
we're 68132.
Nice.
Our zip, actually, there is no zip code here in downtown Omaha because of the trolley car. It's under construction, no zip code.
Where we're going, we don't need zip codes.
Exactly. Fred Hoiberg was on Jim Rome yesterday. Now, if you'll recall, it was a week ago where...
Oh, we recall. Nick, give us the drop. Remember what happened at the end of that Nebraska-Iowa game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Fred slapped the camera or attempt to slap. He never did act. He got the camera away. I would say to that kid, nice hands, because usually you get it slapped away like that. That camera's going flying, but he managed to hold on to the camera. So 2 hands on the ball,
Good
2
grip.
hands on the camera.
Good grip.
But that was the only good thing I will give to that individual, whoever that person is.
Yeah.
Well, that needs an Iowa fan. Good job.
No.
But here's what Hoiberg had to say yesterday. He was on the Jim Rome show.
Disagree with you on that, Jim. I'm not anti-court storm, but to me, there has to be boundaries, obviously. Nobody should ever enter a handshake line. I was going to shake the coach's hand on a very hard-fought win. Iowa played great. And, this kid just comes out of nowhere and comes right up on me. So, listen, it's a heated battle. It's, a rivalry game. And I reacted, and I probably would do it again. And, one of their coaches that, that I accidentally made contact with, I reached out to him and he said he would have done the exact same thing. So, you just never know in those situations, Jim, and it's got to be handled better. It's a great learning opportunity. I appreciated the statement that Iowa put out. But yeah, when you're in the handshake line, you should never have to worry about somebody walking up on you. And you don't know, Jim. Listen, this kid may have had 10 beers in him, and who knows what happens. I did talk about my pacemaker. I hit a phone out of a guy's hand that was interviewing me. He kind of came up when I was at Iowa State. And all it takes is one incident. And, I'm done, Jim. I don't have an escape rhythm. So if something does happen to my pacemaker, there's nothing that I can do. So I'm not going to take that chance. I'm sorry. The one thing I did realize is that the Iowa Twitter base is very well versed in electrophysiology. So if I ever have a question about my pacemaker, certainly I can go and ask them. But, listen, it happened. I apologized to the coach that I made contact with, but I've heard from a lot of people. A lot of former Iowa players reached out to me apologizing for how that whole situation was handled.
What a great line that was. I'm not laughing at the situation, but just that line about their Twitter base.
Interesting. Nick, what would you like to say about your people?
I think every fan base has sects of people that are way too online, and they just need to chill the F out. Because at the end of the day, we're all people. Who cares what team you cheer for?
I think the shocking thing is that someone from Iowa had technology. That's
John. We've had electricity for at least 15 years now.
Power, buddy.
The day I didn't have to use the outhouse anymore was a nice one.
I bet it was, Nick.
Less chilly.
I bet. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I thought that was a pretty well reasoned response.
He's handled it well, man. He
Yes,
absolutely
he
has
has.
handled it well.
Yeah. All right. Troy Dannon was on the radio last night. He was talking about a lot of different things.
Some oatmeal sprinkled in
on his Husker Radio Network
in the freezer.
appearance.
So Banks could lick it, lick.
We are.
I think Mr. Banks would lick Troy Dannon.
Poll questions. Banks isn't
We
a licker
are
of humans.
Yeah, but
31 days.
Until
31 days from the spring game.
Oh man, it'll be here before we.
Why
know
are we
it.
doing a countdown for that?
Yeah, who's the sicko now?
I'm
John?
not doing a count. I'm not doing a countdown.
You just did.
No, I didn't.
That's
if
a
I was
countdown.
counting down, I would then remind you tomorrow that we're 30 days away, but I'm not going to do that.
I will.
Will you?
Sure. Why not?
Well, because Josh will be doing the Big Red overreaction. From
Wrong.
The spring game.
I will be at the Elite Eight covering Nebraska as they try to make the first ever Final Four for the program. Sorry, guys. I won't be able to be here.
Highly unlikely.
Wrong.
Anyway.
I'm Mr. Travel.
Anyway.
Yeah. What did Dannon have to say? I love the spring game, and I can't wait for Big Red overreaction.
Nebraska has sold, he says, around 10,000 tickets. Tickets went on sale a couple
The
weeks
sellout continues, boys.
Well, they're about 70,000-ish away from a sellout.
Do they count the spring game in the sellout number?
They do not count the spring game in the sellout streak.
Interesting.
It's a
But
pretend
Dannon's
game.
quote was, because I'll be honest with you, 10,000 seems pretty low.
I was going to say that seems like a way lower number than it normally was.
Why are 10,000 people choosing to do this?
I mean, they want to watch their team practice.
Dannon said spring games are tough because people wait to see what the weather is going to be that week, especially when the spring game is pushed up 2.5 or 3 weeks. Like
That's
this
why they're
year's
tough.
is.
Also, there's not excitement for the team right now. And also, in all seriousness, their basketball team could be playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they could be. So people aren't, like, just wanting to run and buy these tickets like they have in the past.
And it'll cost you. Remember, the ticket prices go up. They double the week of the game, and then they go up again the day of the game.
Aaron,
so in other words, they're trying to get you to buy the tickets early, so as not to
miss out in case the basketball team's winning. Aaron texts in, sounds like 10,000 idiots.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone mocks it now, but
wait, are you now turning to be a pro spring
John,
game
what's
guy?
happening to you?
Matt Rule is great, and I love spring
I
games.
love normal Matt Rule in his
no,
spring games.
No.
I think every game
They
should be a
all
spring
mock
game,
it now,
actually.
but then when it actually gets here, guess what's going to happen?
They're still going to mock it.
It's going to be the same old measuring stick of, well, we drew this many to our spring game, and you only drew this. That
Not
means
from the
we care
fans.
more.
I don't think
The
Husker
fans do it every year.
No,
They do it every year, and they'll do it again if they
Interesting.
can.
Interesting.
And they'll still show up. There'll still be people there, and quite a few of them. Because as in the infamous words of just about everyone else, what else do they have to do there?
Got him.
Also,
there's arcades.
Women's flag football may have its coach. We may know its coach in the next day or two. I wonder who they'll get. I wonder if it'll be a name that we recognize.
Welcome back, Scott Frost.
I mean, this was the opportunity. If Eckler really wanted another thing to do, this could have been that other thing. He could have been the head coach of the women's flag football team and special teams coordinator. And then you get the best of all worlds. Then Rule doesn't have to worry about him being on the defensive staff, but he still gets to keep a special teams coach. And he has another thing to do. And it happens, in a different time of year. He'll be busy all year round. Because remember, special teams is on cruise control. No big deal.
It's on.
What if he puts flag
control.
football on cruise control too?
Oh, hard to argue with that, Nick.
One of the last things that was rather interesting, still mums the word on the Memorial Stadium project.
Yeah, what's up with that, John?
According to Dannon, he said things are still in a standstill until it's formally presented to the Board of Regents. Now, they did say they are doing prep work. They are relocating the kitchen in the West Stadium. They're doing some things that they know they wanted to do anyway in preparation for whenever a project is announced. So, quoting Dannon, all of the prep work you can get done now. We are working on it. So at least they're laying the groundwork.
Always important to lay the groundwork.
As far as when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, where it's going to happen, we don't know. We do not know.
Build a new stadium.
This is so interesting. This is such an interesting thing because it's been
1 week since you looked at me.
And the signs that I'm angry.
Sorry. It's been a while. It's been multiple years.
A while.
It's been 3 years.
We've been talking about
It's been 3 years since Trev Alberts announced what he wanted to do.
John, I think you are right, darn near to the week, because I thought in my brain that we talked about it at like Easter, and that I had family members saying, I don't like this. Why don't they just up the NIL budget? I'm serious. That was the conversation as we were like, Jesus rose for our sins. Do you want some more ham?
I had it. I don't know if let's see. No, it was September of 2023. So it's been 2.5 years. I remember it was in season.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't.
But September 28th, 2023 is the press conference when Trev Alberts announced what he had planned to do with Memorial Stadium.
Okay.
So it's been 2.5 years.
Interesting.
And then everything got shut down. Of course, he left within 6 months.
He left in March of 2024, right?
Yes, he left when I was in New York for the Big East
March
tournament.
Madness.
I was in the Big East tournament. I was at the Big East tournament. My wife and I were getting ready to go take a boat tour of Manhattan.
Wow.
When we got the news.
And look at you now, John.
You go on a lot of boats when you're on vacation.
Well, there's a lot of waterways, but
Mr. Boat.
But the fact that we're still in a holding pattern now, 2.5 years later, they say there's not going to be anything until the Board of Regents gets something.
Mm-hmm.
The way it's sounding to me. Well, here's a list item.
Oh, get the tomatoes.
Or maybe not a list item, but a prediction.
Get the not tomatoes.
Will there be an announcement in 2026?
Oh, that's a great question, John.
Because I don't know if there will be.
I mean, like if they keep pushing this back, I don't know what's the end game of all this.
Dumb question for both of you.
Awesome.
How far away are we from them just deciding to tear it all down and build a new stadium?
Still a ways away, because they will do everything in their power to not do that. Because it would cost. First of all, it costs way too much money.
Yeah, they won't do that,
and the blowback would be wild. Even though I think that would actually be a potentially smart move.
I mean, Memorial at this point, they're spending a lot of money just kind of patching things together and trying to fit square pegs into round holes. The problem is, and
we talked about this a couple weeks ago. John, you might have been gone, but like Northwestern, their new stadium, Nick, is going to have 37,000 seats, and it's costing almost $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So like Nebraska takes great pride in getting out the rulers and measuring how big the stadium is, and so they don't want it to have a smaller capacity. And so if you're like, we want it at least at 70, it's probably a $2 billion stadium. And if they can't raise $500 million, how are they going to raise $2 billion?
True.
Yeah, you have to start involving tax dollars.
I don't think that. I mean, because to be honest with you, there's really only one option for a site, and that is the Innovation Campus, the former State Fairgrounds, and I don't know if that's where they would want to build a new stadium. So I don't think a new stadium is even. I'm sure it's been brought up because you know how they say in meetings, no idea is a bad idea, but I think that is the absolute last item on the agenda. They will continue to piecemeal things. Obviously, the goal behind this particular renovation is to be the most comprehensive ever, because unlike previous Memorial Stadium renovations, it's been additions. They've added new superstructures like the press box or the East Stadium or the new, what used to be the new football facility, the one that Steve Peterson built. Those are all addendums, but they haven't really done anything to the guts of the original stadium, which it sounds like this would be that whenever it is they do it. This would be the most comprehensive ever, and yet it is taking a long time, several months now since the original plans were announced and then put on the shelf, and still nothing. And I think a lot of it does. It obviously boils down to money. It all boils down to money, and with the continuing stress being put on things by now paying the players, and how Nebraska is not among the tops in the country at doing that. It's complicating matters.
Yeah.
It's complicating matters a lot.
Yeah, a couple comments. John emails in, Equitable Bank inbox. There will be no news on Memorial Stadium renovations in the near future. There is no way they can raise the needed money with what Rule is putting on the field. I know we've been having some fun with this the last couple of days. I do tend to think that this is playing a large part in this, and if they would have had 1 year over the last couple where they broke through, that would have brought out a much different conversation. Also, a text from Chris. Nick, get the drop ready. Chris writes, "Nice spring game, buddy. Nice game, buddy. Whoa! 31 days away. Wow, it'll be here before you know it. Before you know it."
And Josh will be on Big Red Overreaction.
No, KD said that I'm not reporting at the NCAA tournament. I'm going as a fan. That's not true. I will have a media pass. I'm not going to go as a fan. I'm working.
Yeah, you hate basketball.
I don't hate. Don't say that, Nick. I love basketball, and I love working, and I love broadcasting, which is all of the things that I will be doing, but no cheering. No cheering on press row.
No, you can't do that. If you have a media pass,
no cheering allowed. No cheering allowed.
Well, the NCAA might be growing its teeth back. We will explain.
They cut off their beard and their teeth grew 4 sizes that day?
Not that big. Not that big.
Oh, okay.
Nice teeth, buddy.
Nice teeth, buddy!
We'll return. We'll return with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. This is 1620 The Zone. We got plenty of online contests. We just told you about Journey and Lincoln, but there's so many others, including George Thorogood, the Black Keys, Young the Giant, Chris Stapleton, a whole lot more. Visit our website, 1620thezone.com. It's like we're your concert connection or something. But yes, you can win your way into those shows as well, 1620thezone.com. We were talking about tampering yesterday, and the links that people are going to in college basketball. Tampering season actually started when this season began, where people have already been had been reaching out to different players. Now, that was a basketball story, but this is the NCAA and it's football, but it's still very relevant.
Nice tampering, buddy.
The Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports reporting today that in addition to some changes on the college football calendar, transfer policy was addressed as well. I'll read from the story. The Football Oversight Committee coalesced around several concepts related to the calendar and transfers, including a proposal to impose stiff penalties on schools that accept transfers outside of the portal window. Those penalties include a multi-million-dollar fine, multi-game suspensions for head coaches, and loss of roster spots. The committee relayed some of the proposed penalties today, including prohibiting the head coach from all football and administrative duties through 6 games. In other words, basically a half-season suspension. A fine of 20% of a school's football budget, and requiring a school to reduce the number of roster spots by 5 for the following season.
Like, that's old school, Old Testament NCAA type punishments. That's a Bible.
I mean, imagine that. Yeah. Now, of course, Jim Harbaugh, he famously spent a lot of time being suspended as Michigan's coach, but imagine.
Famously winning in the last 3 games against Ohio State a national championship along the way, too, there, John. Go Blue.
They cheated, but sure.
Cheaters.
6-game suspension. But the big one to me, a fine of 20% of a school's football budget.
Nice budget, buddy. That's like an actual punishment. 20% of a budget? That is huge.
I'm just going to look up what Nebraska's football budget was. $84 million.
So 20% is
$17
million.
Is about $17 million fine.
Math. I should have let Nick do that math for us.
Please don't.
If it were to be a Nebraska.
Yeah.
Just for example.
So imagine if it's a Ohio State, if it's a Michigan, if it's a Alabama, if it's a LSU. Yeah, the budget would be much higher. Wow. This
so
is
they're really trying to crack down. Now, again,
I appreciate it.
I do too, but then the question becomes, are you actually going to enforce it? Can you actually enforce it?
Yeah, because I guess what are they going to do? Just go to the courts and say, can they sue us?
Well, that's the other part of it too, is because remember, it's about a transfer outside of the portal window.
Mm-hmm.
There might be a chance, there might be an opportunity where one of the player trying to transfer sues.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's standing in the way of all of this is the court system. And right now the NCAA has not had a great winning percentage against the courts. So I appreciate the effort. I like the idea, but all it's going to take is one potential lawsuit and it could throw everything for a loop. Also, you've got to be able to enforce this. You have to be able to investigate this. Who's going to do it? The NCAA enforcement has been toothless, and they've shed bodies.
Yeah,
they don't have the same number of people, and if it's as prevalent, if what has been going on is as prevalent as they say, they're going to be chasing every lead, every tip that comes in. At some point, it could become unwieldy.
And how many people start? Yeah, because a lot of the tip line type situations, people end up just trolling. So they end up chasing things that aren't even real.
Well, you remember? Yeah, remember what was the tip line? Someone that said they had a tip. Remember? I think it's when the whole college sports commission thing became a deal, and they said we're going to have a tip line.
They were joking around with it. They weren't taking it seriously. Because that's what college fans do. That's what college sports fans do. It's interesting, John, that you bring this up on the same day when within the last few minutes we learned Justin Williams of The Athletic had this story that Cincinnati is suing Brendan Sorsby, their former quarterback, for $1 million after he transferred to Texas Tech. I'll just read the first paragraph or two. Cincinnati has filed a breach of contract lawsuit against former quarterback Brendan Sorsby, according to court documents. Cincinnati is seeking a $1 million buyout in the form of liquidated damages from Sorsby for the quarterback breaking a multi-season revenue-sharing agreement with the university. So that's what's going on right now to kind of fit in with this discussion we're having.
Cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
We're just suing kids now.
I mean, he's an adult, Nick.
Also, we should also clarify what what this proposal by the Football Oversight Committee that Dellinger's reporting on is talking about, and I can't remember the young man's name, but he is the linebacker who left Clemson and went to Ole Miss. Remember who got called in class?
Yeah. Hey, you want this $1 million contract? Here's a picture of it.
That's what these penalties are supposed to deter, and that's the blind transferring. It's when a player unenrolls at one school, enrolls at another outside of the portal window. So this really isn't addressing tampering in the sense of, players who right now are being contacted or have, well, maybe not right now, but using the basketball example that we talked about yesterday, players getting contacted or having people reach out 5 games into the season. That's not what this is about. This is about the blind transferring that, players are just abruptly leaving one school and going to another after they've already enrolled at one school. So again, how much of that is actually happening? We had the one famous case of the kid from Clemson going to Ole Miss. Obviously, it's something they want to try to deter from. But again, all it's going to take is one person saying, I disagree, I'm going to sue, and this all could be blown up. Now, there were other things that were talked about as well, and that is in terms of the calendar and a proposal by the American Football Coaches Association that coaches would receive an additional 6 OTA-style practices that could be held in May and June to go with their 15 practices. So in one version of the proposal, coaches may have the flexibility to spread the 21 total practices over 2 5-week periods, one in the spring and one in the summer. So it's basically taking spring ball, dividing it up, and you could do some like now what Nebraska's doing, and then hold back, half of those practices and do them again, after Memorial Day or in June.
I was going to say after classes get out. So then you're just really focused. And so it's kind of a hybrid of the olden days of doing summer workouts, but these are padded practices and you could have them with coaches involved.
Right.
So you do it closer to the season. And, it seems like we're moving closer and closer to a model that is very much mirroring the NFL in that regard in terms of how they are dividing up these types of practices and what that is going to look like.
There's also,
and real quick, John, I'll just add this. This is interesting because there's been a lot of chatter about the portal, and of course, people hate when the portal window is. One critique of moving it back to May, at the end of the spring semester is, but then the players wouldn't get to practice together with their new team. This, in theory, would solve that. If you have OTAs and you could have 10 practices in June, well, you could move the portal from January to May, and then a new quarterback could get to come in and actually practice with his teammates before the training camp starts in August. Like, I would view that as a net positive if it's something that resulted in that actually happening.
Also, there is a proposal to change week 0. Right now, if you play week 0, you have to get a waiver from the NCAA. Not that that's a difficult thing, but
and it usually involves playing Hawaii.
Right. The recommendation would eliminate the waiver process, permitting all schools to begin their season a week before Labor Day weekend, which has become the traditional start of the college football calendar. So the transition of making week 0 week 1 is underway. Or at least has been proposed. Now, all of these still have to be approved, but they did take the initial step today, according to Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports.
And I know one of the arguments for this happening, and you'll see it this year when we get to August and we're doing Fired Up for Football, week 1 is pretty light in terms of name on name, brand on brand. And a big reason for that is that schools don't want to start the season with a tough opponent. Now, a lot of schools don't want to have tough opponents to begin with at all in the non-conference. But one thought is if you move the start of the season up to week 0, week 1, or let's just call it then week 2 would fall on Labor Day weekend, which is kind of the celebration. Football is back, and you could take advantage of that 5-day, weekend, if you will, with big matchups again, because they would have an easier, quote unquote, easier opponent the previous week. I think that's a solid idea. It seems like we're going to move to a week 0 being week 1 situation regardless, because John, they want to move up the back end of the calendar for the college football playoff to get out of doing the championship game at the end of January. So I think that is something that they should be fighting for. Again, this is another idea that I like happening.
By the way, appreciate Steve into the Equitable
Oh,
Bank
what
Zone
up,
inbox.
Steve?
Luke Ferrelli was the linebacker in question that we were referencing as part of the blind transfer.
Nice.
The kid who left Clemson to go to Ole Miss because he got texted in class by Ole Miss and said, "Hey, you want to show up here?" And he did. So there you go. I would love to see this actually go, just to see what would happen if a school actually did get fined $15+ million.
Be pretty interesting.
When we come back, we will address an interesting question that was asked of Stuart Mandel in his mailbag this week regarding the next blue blood to fall.
Ooh, and then, Nick, we get to define
blue blood. Who's a blue blood? What's a blue blood?
This is a double topic.
Is Nebraska still a blue blood?
Oh, great question, Nick.
Also, we still have dumb debates on the way. You can send us your dumb debates right now. Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, or use Twitter because that's always fun as well. At USC 1620, use the hashtag dumb debates. It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Just get an email from Bill into the Equitable Bank inbox talking about our sinkhole issue.
Yeah.
It's called piping when the soil gets scoured out, which is what happened with our sinkhole. The soil got scoured out, so it's called piping.
Interesting.
You don't want scoured soil.
Thank you, Bill. Couple tweets, John, real quick before we get to the who is a blue blood topic. Chris writes in, Chris with a K, called a hot take, but I still think with every passing day, the stadium renovation doesn't get announced. I feel stronger that NU is looking for a way to build another stadium elsewhere. I understand the new locker room makes this difficult, but I still feel it's going to happen. Either that or they just don't want to admit they can't afford it all.
Gretna.
The testicles?
They'll do it in Gretna.
I don't think
maybe they'll move to Northwestern Indiana.
Interesting. The Nebraska Cornhuskers, Northwest Indiana.
Indiana's
division.
throwing out all the tax breaks for new stadiums. Maybe Nebraska would just move to Northwest Indiana.
Couldn't get the Bears, but they got the Cornhuskers.
But they got the Huskers.
I really do think a lot of it is that it's going to cost a lot of money, and I don't know if they know that they can raise the funds. I think that's a big part.
I would be willing to bet that if worse comes to worse, they'll do a smaller project,
which is going to be funny.
A much smaller project, and it will not involve
South Stadium, which is that was the original idea. The original idea was South Stadium, finally fix that hunk of junk, allow for fans who are sitting over there to have a much more enjoyable product. They were going to move the student section over there. It was going to be great. And in the end, this is just going to be making things nicer for the big donors.
Because like I said,
that's
where
where the money
project is tied to
Donor.
money. Yep. Whatever this project becomes, it is going to be tied to money, meaning it is going to emphasize the ability for Nebraska to make more money from bigger donations, more expensive seats, but that comes with more amenities. Think, the private clubs that you see at SoFi Stadium or Jerry World or the Vikings new stadium where you got the field level, club seats or the field level boxes. I'm not saying Nebraska will necessarily do that, but those types of things where not only do you have a seat in the stadium, but you've got a place to go underneath the stadium for, dining and drinks, place to lounge before, during, and after games. Wrigley Field did this. A lot of places are doing it. And I think that those things will be prioritized first because those things will generate more revenue.
Yep. Text on the 402 writes, Millard South Stadium. The players can live in Lincoln still.
Oh.
An excellent idea. Live in Lincoln and play at Millard South.
A question was asked of Stuart Mandel in his mailbag this week on The Athletic, theathletic.com. There's been a lot about the next Indiana, but who is this is the question asker, or David, who is the next 2000s Nebraska? A traditional blue blood in danger of losing that status as it struggles to adjust to the ever-changing landscape of college football. Who is the next Nebraska? Because Nebraska certainly in this century has fallen off its perch. They haven't lost their blue blood status overall because of history. But this century, or maybe using better time terminology, these last 2 decades have been compared to every decade of the previous, 4 decades that preceded it, far worse, right? We were literally coming out of a period under Scott Frost that was the worst Nebraska football since the 1950s, which, if you look at the overall timeline of Nebraska football, if you just looked at Nebraska as a timeline and you see the charts and you see, the more wins, the higher it goes, it's really good pre-World War II. It's really good since Bob Devaney, but in that middle, the 40s and the 50s is when it takes that dip. Well, what we just came out of and are still trying to crawl totally out of is a period that is more reminiscent of the 40s and 50s than it is any other decade in Nebraska football history. And so
it's
that's
the second
period,
dark ages.
I think I may have described it as the dim ages, You know, the 40s and the 50s are the dark ages. These are the dim ages.
I like that, John. In all seriousness, that's
good. Of Nebraska football. But who is that next blue blood who could lose that status if we were to project ahead a few years? We can't say Nebraska because they're already going through it, right?
Also, are they even a blue blood anymore?
Mandel's answer.
Yes, they are.
So he said, now Clemson is not a blue blood, and we would all agree on that. But he does say, with each passing year, it looks more and more like Clemson's brief era as one of the kings of the sport is going to be short-lived. And he presents a very good argument. He writes, Clemson's highest finish in the AP poll since 2020 was number 13, and it fell all the way to 7-6 last season, reminiscent of Nebraska, which gradually fell from annual title contention to a lot of 10-4/9-4 seasons under Bo Pelini, to bottoming out under Scott Frost, to now just being excited to reach a bowl game under Matt Rule. He added later, I would also keep an eye on USC as a team. And yet, John, I was stunned that he didn't answer with the team that came to my mind immediately. And this is a team that we do consider an actual blue blood. And they also changed conferences, which I think is going to be a reason that they fall off. The team is Oklahoma.
Interesting.
Oklahoma, in my opinion, and I know that they just made the playoff, but they are on the path to losing the grip on the sport that they had. Like, I remember, as I got into college and I'm a young adult and I'm like, man, it has to be so fun being an Oklahoma fan. Maybe they don't win a national championship all the time because they haven't won one since 2000. Which this has to be a record now, right, John? I can't imagine that they've had a streak like this since they won their first this many years. But at least they were winning the league every season. They won the league every season, or darn near every season. It was like, wow, it has to be awesome being an Oklahoma fan. And now I look at them, and I have to imagine that their fan base is probably having similar conversations to the one we have around here. Did we make a mistake? Yeah, the money is nice, but did we make a mistake? Yeah, the money is nice, but man, I missed that conference because we owned that conference and we won in that conference and the teams feared us. John, in the Big Ten, nobody fears Nebraska. In the SEC, nobody fears Oklahoma. There's not the institutional knowledge. There's not the institutional, it's not even bias. It's like a fear, a worry about Oklahoma. They can always do it because they always have. I think Oklahoma is in for I don't want to say world of hurt because that makes it sound like they're going to be a no-show for a while. But I think that they are taking a step back as a football program.
Oklahoma is a good answer. I think the answer is USC. Because
similar reasons.
Because the disruption to the norm is far greater at Southern California than it is at Oklahoma. At least with Oklahoma, they're still in a regional conference. They still have a lot of like-minded people. They still have their rival in Texas who is there, and former rivals like Texas A&M and Missouri who are there. And at least with Oklahoma, you don't have to squint very hard. And the regionality of conferences does mean something. It really does. But the culture shock, the change of going from being the biggest dog in the Pacific 10 or Pac-12 to now being this outpost in the Big Ten is rather dramatic. And I think it has a tendency because, with conferences come familiarity. With familiarity comes kind of a style of play and, just how things evolve over time. Big Ten was always 3 yards in a cloud of dust. In the old Big 8 or the Southwestern Conference, it was a lot of option football. The West Coast was more wide open, more pro style passing, all that other stuff. And while some of those things aren't the same anymore because a lot of offenses look the same.
Yeah, it's not like it used to be.
But culturally, when it comes just to, the attitude around football, the way people carry themselves around football, the way the game is managed, it's different. It's very different. And with Oklahoma moving to the SEC, you don't have to really change a lot from that standpoint. With all of the West Coast schools. And Oregon's done a fine job of adapting so far. But I think USC, because they were, first of all, they were already they've already been in a drought, right?
Yep. They haven't won a national championship in 20 years.
They haven't been the USC that we remember in 20 years. And so they were already scuffling a little bit. You know, the West Coast player, you know, the West Coast athlete, while California still has, you know, it's still the most populated state. You know, the athletes from that part of the country, you're starting to see them go to other places. And you're starting to, you know, with transfer portal, you're starting to see people move around and, you know, and you don't necessarily see you don't have a chance to really dominate the recruiting in that area like you used to. And I just think that all of those things together, it seems to me like USC feels like the most odd man out. As much as we kind of joke about UCLA and, you know, they were only along for the ride because of USC, UCLA doesn't have the same pressures as USC does. USC's got history. USC's got, you know, the expectation. And in a weird way, I think the reintroduction of NFL football into Los Angeles has an impact as well. And I know that, you know, SC in their real glory days under John McKay, the Rams were out on the West Coast, but it was a different world back then. But now in the battle for the entertainment dollar, look at the LA market. There are more teams now in the LA market battling for the entertainment dollar, for the advertising dollar, than there were when USC was in its heyday, and they, next to the Rams, were like they were the football of Los Angeles. Well, now they're sharing it with, you know, the Chargers are in town, but pro football is back. I do think that part of the reason, it's not the main reason, but it's down the list of reasons why SC was able to have so much success with Pete Carroll was they were the only game in town. If you wanted to watch high-level football in LA, the USC Trojans were it. Period. End of story. And I think that helped with their profile. It helped with their marketing. It helped with all of this. Well, now you're not the only show in town anymore. And you've kind of been eclipsed. The Dodgers have become this great monolith in baseball. They become the new, you know, dominant force in baseball. The Lakers have always been the Lakers, right? But pro football is now back. The
Clippers exist. The Clippers are legally a team.
And I think all of those kind of put pressure a little bit on SC to kind of keep up not only with their new Big Ten mates, but just keep up in their own home market. And so all of those, you know, factors working against them, I think, you know, I think your answer of Oklahoma is a very good one. And I would tend to think that, you know, they would be among my top 2 or 3 choices. But I'm going to vote USC just because the radical change of going from a conference that you once owned, in a lot of ways, it's like Nebraska, but worse. Nebraska went from owning the Big 8, Big 12 to then just being another player in the Big 10.
And isn't it interesting? We both brought up teams that moved leagues, which, you know, I think there is a factor about the olden days. Now, real quick, you brought up recruiting. Happer's meme guy says USC had the #1 recruiting class in the country this year. Does that change your tune at all?
They did. And they certainly did. And that's not to say that they, you know, still can't have success. But I'm thinking of this, you know, a bigger picture. It's going to be harder and harder to maintain that.
I think the changing conferences component is a big one that cannot be ignored.
One.
USC changed
because it's a much more dramatic change
because it's about identity. And isn't it funny that, like, Texas, for all of they own the Big 12 stuff, that was always backroom. On the field, like, they were very good under Mac Brown, but they went through a process after him or at the end of his run, and they really struggled for a while. And then when they announced that both them and Oklahoma were leaving, it was like, wow, good luck, Texas, you idiots. You're going to suck. Meanwhile, they have been an actual good team so far. They've made it to the college football playoff as an SEC member. They were this close to making it to the college football playoff again last year, and I would venture to guess that their future is much stronger than Oklahoma's future to come.
Now, both of you, I really liked the ones you brought up. Yeah. Very good points. Could I interest you in an Alabama? I think that a lot of the infrastructure of that program was built on the shoulders of Nick Saban. And when Nick Saban left, it kind of made a lot of those foundations crumble. And DeBoer's doing what he can, but no one's ever going to replace Nick Saban. Stepping into that role is not going to be easy. Do you think that the Alabama collapse is just going to come faster?
So I think Alabama could struggle for a time, but I think that they will always find their way back to the top of the sport because they always have found their way back to the top of the sport. And sometimes it is with Nick Saban and Bear Bryant, and they are like dynastic. But then other times, Gene Stallings wins a national championship.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing about Alabama. Really, if you look at that bridge, those 25-ish years between, well, I guess it was closer, 20 to 25 years between Bear Bryant and Nick Saban. Even though in that period Alabama wasn't the same Alabama as they had been, they still managed to find their way back to the top with the aforementioned Gene Stallings. It's kind of it's that one national title. You know, it was funny because when we were at Alabama last year for Creighton basketball, I strolled around campus, and they've got this great Champions Walk that leads up to the stadium, and they've got these big bricks and stones that are engraved with all of these great Alabama teams. And you know, it's all these national title teams or teams that, you know, were very close. And then there was the statues of all the national championship winning coaches. And it always feels like the Gene Stallings statue is the one that's out of place. It's like the old Sesame Street, one of these things. It's not like the other. Not that Gene Stallings wasn't a good coach, but that title just kind of was one of those weird one-off deals that, oh, yeah, they did that one too. That kind of gets forgotten.
Because it's in this weird the era of like Miami winning a lot. Nebraska's about to start winning, you know.
But my point is that at Alabama, they will never not do everything in their power not to be great again.
Yeah, they really will.
And so, and while, yeah, you can chase your tail like Nebraska has, Alabama's they've got more behind it.
They got a lot more money.
They've got more resources behind it. They've got more tradition behind it. There is just a different level of want to there.
I mean, think about it. They might fire DeBoer, and he's made it to the playoff and barely missed in his other year. And yet I could see him getting fired after 2026.
I hate to use the catchphrase, but it really does apply to Alabama. Yeah. It just means more.
By the way, Oklahoma, so I mentioned time between championships. Oklahoma won their first title in 1950. Then they won their next title in 55, so only a 5-year gap. They repeated. They won in 56. Then it took 18 seasons. They won their next in 74 and in 75. Then it took 10 seasons. Then they had their longest gap, 85 to 2000. And now they have none since 2000. So this is the longest gap for Oklahoma. USC, John's pick earlier. They won their first title in 28. They went 3 years. They won back-to-back. Then they went 7 years. Then they went 23 seasons. But after that, they always were winning. They won in 67. They won in 72. They won in 74. They won in 78. They had a 25-year gap between 78 and 03, and they won also in 2004. So, like right now, John, we're a few years away from USC suddenly not having a championship for the longest time in between titles since their first one all the way back in the 20s. So that's pretty interesting that was where both of us went. Chris writes, not sure if they classify, but Penn State comes to mind for me. Penn State's so interesting. You know, like I remember in my early college football fandom, I kind of felt like we had entered into that period. The turn of the century was rough on Penn State. They took a massive step back. Joe Paterno seemed way too old. And then he kind of had this second life. They were really good in 05. They were really good in 08. They were really good in 2011 before the scandal unfolded. And they do have a lot of money. They have a great infrastructure. They very much care. I mean, think about it. James Franklin took them to the doorstep of a national championship game. They fired him 6 games into the following season. So, like, they obviously care quite a bit. I think they'll be able to win a championship in my lifetime, but it's a little harder, obviously, given that they haven't done it since 1986. And they only have 2. Oklahoma, USC, those teams have a lot more. I mean, Nebraska has more championships than Penn State. They only have 2 of them, and none of them have happened in my lifetime.
It's a fascinating question.
Yeah, it really is.
And I think there's some good candidates. Now, we could be totally off base. USC could, rise up and win. But there just seems to be a difference. And a lot of it, again, it falls to money and it falls to just kind of leadership right now. And so some might be saying, well, if you think USC is going to fall off, why is Oregon having success? Because Oregon's making the same awkward transition that USC is making, yet they've been able to adapt. I think I think Oregon was in a better position. I think of it in a similar way to how Creighton joined the Big East. They were in a great position with the infrastructure that they had to walk right away in the Big East before not having to crawl.
Yeah.
And I think because of Oregon's resources and the leadership that they've had and just the momentum that program has had, even though they have not won a national title, they have always been in the conversation that they were in a better position to join a new conference than USC is, who is a team still chasing its ghosts, still trying to get back to what it was. Oh, and now we're going to make you change conferences.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think because USC dominated the Pac-12. They were the bee's knees. They were it.
Yeah.
They were what Alabama was to the Southeastern Conference. They were what Nebraska was to the Big 8 or the Big 12. That's what USC was. And it was that way for decades.
Plus, you mentioned it too, John, the timing. Oregon joins as they continue their ascent. USC was, I don't know if downturn is the right word, but certainly in a bit of a malaise as a program with Lincoln Riley and kind of the direction of things. It's going to be a big year for the Trojans. Going back to the recruiting conversation, they did have the number 1 recruiting class. Maiyava's going to be back again to be their starter. I liked a lot of the things that we saw from them last year. They improved on defense. Can they have that breakthrough year? It's just with them and with Oregon too, the travel component, is there just so much wear and tear over the course of a season that an Ohio State or a Penn State or whomever on the other side of the league isn't really going to have to deal with. Ooh, Bill, one more, John. Bill says, would offer Florida State significant drop-off even in a substandard conference. Part of that is, to go back to the joke of this segment, do you view Florida State as a blue blood still or ever? If you do, that is a good one because to talk about the alumni conversation, that is very much and has always affected them because it was a different type of university for generations of graduates. So that's certainly there. And they are one of those teams that you look back and you say, was the program a sleeping giant or did they just have a transcendent coach? To go back to what we said about Alabama, even Gene Stallings won a national championship. No offense to Gene Stallings. I'm always impressed by the schools that win and do so with a variety of coaches at a very high level. At Florida State, I know that they've won another title with Jimbo Fisher, but it was a generational head coach and then a guy doing it in an era of college football that is very much in the rearview mirror. So the answer then is, well, then just hire a generational head coach, which is, of course, easier said than done.
402-951-1620. When we continue here from CHI Health Center, Jay's wrapping up their shoot around. They've got their game tonight. We will preview
chocolate sprinkles.
We will preview their game and Nebraska's game against Maryland tonight. Both teams playing their penultimate home game of the season. We'll preview that, and we still have dumb debates right around the corner as part of the happy hour. So don't go anywhere. We're coming back right after this on 1620 The Zone. Enter online at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. I could go for some Girl Scout cookies right now. That sounds delish. Cookie season runs now through March 15th, so you still have a couple weeks left. But you can find your nearest cookie booth at girlscoutsofnebraska.org. And if you go to 1620thezone.com, register to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. You could win it. It could be yours. And then you won't be like me and having to wonder where your next cookie's coming from. You already have it. It's already here. So tonight, Nebraska and Maryland, the Terrapins are bad. They're bad, but they're not the worst. They're better than Penn State. They're better than Penn State. In fact, Maryland coming off a win, an upset victory over Washington just this last Saturday. And they've won 3 out of their last 5, with those 3 wins coming over bubble teams.
Wins over
Minnesota,
bubble.
Iowa, and Washington. So, and the only 2 losses in that time were both on the road, and they were close games. So while Maryland's record's not impressive, and certainly they're not heading anywhere in the postseason.
No, they're not what they were last year.
They are not what they were last year, but it's still worth watching. Couple
they
keys.
beat Iowa. Nebraska didn't beat Iowa.
That's right. Couple keys.
Okay.
Offensive rebounds.
Oh, interesting.
Maryland's not good at many things, but offensive rebounding is a slight plus. They are 80th in the country in offensive rebound rate.
Okay.
But over the last 6 games, which include those 3 wins I just mentioned, they have been averaging about 7 percentage points better on their offensive rebound rate than their season average. So their season average has already been decent, but they've actually been better recently. Solomon Washington will be the leader in the fight in terms of offensive rebounds. And we know where Nebraska's weaknesses can be. One of those is giving up offensive boards. I expect if Maryland gets its way, it's going to be a grinder of a game. They're good at getting to the free throw line, and that was the key to upsetting Iowa. They got to the foul line a ton. The tempo is going to be slower. If Nebraska is able to pick up the pace, teams that do that tend to have a lot of success against the Terps. So we'll see if Nebraska is able to get the tempo going a little bit. Not that Nebraska plays extraordinarily fast anyway, but they don't want it to become a grinder where, they're playing, a low possession game, like a 65 possession game or something like that.
Like the one against Iowa last week?
That plays into Maryland's hands.
For sure.
3-pointers. Elijah Saunders is their sharpshooter, hitting about 40% of his threes, had 4 of them in the win over UW. But he's very streaky, so if you can run him off the line, I think you'll be okay. Andre Mills, who is one of their freshman guards, he's been hot the last 4 games. He's got 3 games, one of 24, one of 39, and one of 21 games. So he's been a big scorer. Also, David Coit, who is coming off the bench, has been streaky as well. Over the last 6 weeks, he's got a 43, a 30, and a 29-point game, but he only played 6 minutes in the win over Washington. So how many minutes he gets, I do not know. And a lot of people are worried about turnovers. I wouldn't be.
I mean, they have been turning it over a lot lately.
But Maryland's not a team that turns people over much.
Well,
so
some of the turnovers have been weird, though. They've been very unenforced by Nebraska, where it's just like, what in the world? What were you thinking with that play? Which is just hasn't really fit their MO over the course of the season. But totally understand. That's not what Maryland's done. Jordan writes, how many of them are on the road? Talking about their recent games and wins. Only 1 in conference. That was the Minnesota game a few weeks ago. They won that 67-62. Every other game, though, that they have won has been at home, including the aforementioned game against the Hawkeyes a couple weeks ago.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not terribly worried.
No, Nebraska's a huge favorite in this one. When we had Nick Baugh on earlier today, he mentioned this Nebraska team has not had any bad losses. Dare I say, John, this is the last chance for that. I know that they will be favored on the road in the West Coast swing, at USC on Saturday, at UCLA next Tuesday. They will be favored against Iowa in the season finale on Sunday, the final Sunday of the regular season. And then I guess in theory, let's see what happens at the Big Ten tournament. But if they get by this game, I think that they will enter the Big Ten or the NCAA tournament with no bad losses. It will be an upset if they fall against any of their final 3 regular season games. But bad losses, those would not get put into that bucket because they're all going to get classified as quad 1 games, right, over the course of the next few. So yeah, that is, of all the things that I'm impressed by, and I guess not having any bad losses is probably not the thing that I'm most impressed by with this team, but the fact that it's not even really been a thing that they've been close to. The games against bad teams, they have won, I believe, all of them by double digits. Every one of them. Northwestern a couple times. Penn State, obviously, over the weekend. Minnesota, they won by 19. Oregon, they won by 35 points. Like that, they have always made sure to take care of business against the dreck of the schedule in conference. Some of the weird bye games in December and November, they played closer than they should have otherwise, but at least in league play, they have played extremely well against these teams. And so I'm looking at Bart right now. This team is ranked 124th. This would be a quad 3 loss, which would be the only quad 3 loss that they've had all year. Everything else is quad 1. So it's been a pretty impressive run. Obviously, they're 23-4. Of course, it's been impressive.
Just looking at the other top teams in the Big Ten, and that this year, this league has been very lopsided in terms of the upper crust are really high and the dregs are the dregs. There are of the prime contenders. So we're talking Michigan, Illinois, Purdue. I'm looking at Michigan State right now. There aren't bad losses by any of them. In other words, none of the teams at the very bottom have beaten any of the teams at the very top.
Yeah, I mean,
none of them.
God,
none of them.
I'm trying
not even heck, even some of the middle teams, have struggled. Like, for example, I'm looking at Michigan State. Minnesota is right now their worst loss. Minnesota, according to I'm using Bart Torvik, Minnesota's 49th.
Wow. So
now,
it's basically all like
team.
top 50. Yeah, but I mean, top 50 loss. That's interesting, man, because, I was looking at Purdue. Who's Purdue lost to? UCLA, they're 39th. Illinois, they're 5th. Obviously, they're good. Indiana, 31st. Iowa, they're 1st. Obviously, they're really good. Heck, even, Michigan has 2 losses this year. One of them's to Duke that happened over the weekend, and the other is to, a really hot Wisconsin team. Wow, that's interesting, that you could have the top of the conference just kind of skate through the season without getting upset by any of the teams, that are the real dregs.
There's been nothing. Like, for example, Providence, who's at the bottom of the Big East standings, their only win was St. John's.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
So there's, Creighton. Well, Creighton's not at the bottom, but trying to think. I think there's another example too. But yeah, the teams at the very bottom are not upsetting the teams at the top. So it's a very top-heavy league this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Very top-heavy league in the Big Ten. And then, of course, tonight you've got Creighton and DePaul game you'll be able to hear right here on 1620 The Zone, 8 o'clock tip, 6 o'clock pregame with Austin and Blue Jays shoot-around.
Creighton feels like they gave away the first one, right, between these two. I know that it wasn't like they were up by 10 or something, at the end of the game and they melted down, but, that was a game that they very much could have. It should have won. Would we just say could have, not should have?
I would say could have, because again, when you look at the numbers, when you're dominated in the paint, 46-12,
that was rough.
I mean, it was a, one team was making threes, the other team was making a ton of twos, and that's where the difference was. And DePaul got the ball and made a play at the very end, and Creighton did not. Jays did have a chance to, they did have a 4-point lead with less than 2 minutes to play. I believe it was less than 2 minutes to play. So, yeah, I mean, certainly it was a game they could have won. To Nick Baugh's point earlier, they've got to find some way to slow down DePaul in the paint, because DePaul absolutely owned them in the paint. N.J. Benson, in his last 3 games, has averaged 21 points out of 29 shots. Guess how many Benson has missed?
Out of 29?
Out of his last 29 shots, how many has he missed?
Given the way you said it, I'm going to guess it's a small number. 8.
4.
Oh my gosh.
He's missed 4 shots.
That is a ridiculous percentage.
DePaul, of their 53 total shots, so that's all shots that they took in Chicago, 22 of them, so about 40%, were either layups or dunks. That was N.J. Benson.
Helps to explain why you're not missing a whole lot of shots if that's the case.
Exactly. So the Jays have to do a better job in the paint. Will they be able to shoot it as well as they did? But I think, to Nick's point, tempo is going to be huge tonight. If the Jays can get up and down, because DePaul is actually good defensively. They're pretty good defensively. Their defensive numbers are fairly solid. They don't allow teams to shoot a lot of threes, but yet when they do, they tend to make a lot of threes, which is what happened with Creighton. They made 14 out of 27. But I think tempo is going to be important tonight. If we see a game similar to how it played out at UConn last Wednesday, not in terms of actual, the how well they played, but in terms of the pace of the game, if the Jays are able to play like that, I think they've got a really good chance tonight. And it's huge. You win this one, and you're up 2.5 games for that 5th spot in the Big East standings, and you haven't clinched it, but you're right on the cusp. You're right on the cusp. You essentially, the magic number would be down to 1 if you win tonight over DePaul. If you don't,
the chase for the 5, baby.
Then if you don't, then DePaul's only a half game back with an extra game left to play, and their schedule's pretty manageable down the stretch, and the Jays couldn't afford another loss, and they'd still have Providence this weekend and Butler next. So this one's huge. The winner tonight likely will be in the top 5. The winner tonight will likely be in the top 5, which means you get a bye in the conference.
Give us the drop, Nick. Go Jays! We're all rooting for you, Creighton. By the way, John, have you seen what happens if Creighton wins that 4-5 game?
Oh, what happens, Josh?
So now this is a bummer. The Grum would be a little shorter on the first Friday after the clock change.
Oh, like 5:30?
A little even shorter than that.
5:15?
Nick, we would be off the air at 4.
Whoa.
A bummer, I know.
That's so sad.
But I will deal with it. I will, John, I will swallow that medicine if we have to get off at 4.
What am I going to do at 6 p.m. on a Friday when I'm at home?
What could I do on a Friday night? A Friday afternoon?
Who does? What happened?
Happy hour still open on a Friday?
What am I going to play disc golf? What's happening?
What am I going to do?
You're just.
What? I say go Jays and I'm disgusting? Fascinating,
We
John.
want Creighton to win, John.
That
Blue Jay Josh isn't good enough for you?
Not for the right reasons.
Nah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend is ultimately what you're talking about here, John. I'm just on your side. I'm on your side. I'm rooting for you, John. I want you to be, plus you love New York City.
Yeah, John.
You love New York City.
You love getting pizza. And
bagels.
Walking there.
Yeah, you love the noises, the smells. You always say, New York City.
You love looking into the sky and seeing that it's not blue, it's like a weird darker shade.
I will say this, the business district, the south end of Manhattan does not have the stench of Midtown Manhattan.
Sounds like a mob threat. I'm going to take you to the south end of Manhattan if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Can we get John Walker to say that?
A little cleaner down there.
Shame.
It'd be a real shame if you went to the south end.
A little cleaner down there than it is in Midtown Manhattan. Put it that way.
Midtown is right. Am I right?
Got him.
It can be very mid.
Sam writes, Baby
But the
Jays
bagels are good. I will not
There you
deny.
go.
The New York bagels are really good.
Brave take.
Sam writes in on the Twitter feed, Baby Jays famously blew Providence off the face of the earth in that Friday happy hour slot. And yeah, the Friday happy hour slot's it's even earlier this year. It's great. We are all behind you, John. Let's go, John. This one's for John.
Go Blue Jays.
That's what we'll say if they win on Thursday. This one's for John. And Josh and Nick, too.
When we continue,
Josh
will try to keep it in his pants, settle down over there.
I got time. That's a couple weeks away. I got time.
Flex your calves a little bit.
No one will notice anyway. Back after this on 1620 The Zone. We wouldn't be a Midwestern-based radio or broadcast program if we didn't at least talk about the weather. Oh. Did you see what the high is going to be on Friday?
I have.
Oh
my
too.
gosh, it's going to be amazing.
69.
Nice.
But there is a but.
What?
Sunday. Sounds like the snow forecast is changing.
To what?
Well, I'll just read this tweet earlier today from Rusty over at WOW.
Which Rusty?
Rusty Lord.
Okay.
He's chief meteorologist. Keep an eye on the Sunday forecast. Big increase in the snow potential from yesterday. Late Sunday morning through the afternoon is the time frame. We'll keep an eye on trends, but Sunday is the one to watch. Didn't you yesterday make some stupid comment about the winter and how the worst of it is over?
It is. If it snows, that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is when it's cold.
What do you mean?
All
Did you see how many people got wrecks over the weekend?
They'll be fine.
This is actually bad for me, Josh.
Why?
Personally.
Why?
Because we're supposed to do a walkthrough of our wedding venue on Sunday.
Well, that's not my fault. You should have done it on Friday when it was nice.
I'm here.
Okay. We'll be fine. I'm not too worried. It'll melt. Eventually it'll melt. That's what I mean, John. The worst of it means it would snow and stay on the ground for a month. We're way past that. Because it'll be in the 50s next week.
You are always.
No, you just need to clean out your ears and listen, old
grabbing
man.
the goalposts and getting the forklift out and let's move those goalposts.
It's going to be 41 on Monday. It's just going to start melting. Oh, no, it'll snow and then be on there for a day. We'll be fine, everybody. Where the worst of it is done.
Until another sinkhole opens up. You think of that?
I'm not predicting sinkholes. That's not the weather. That's a geographic event.
A geographic event?
A geological event. It's something.
A geographic
It starts with a G and ends with event.
What is a geographic
it's a
event?
geothermal event.
I don't know, John.
What would define a geographic event?
Hey, Dumb Debates is coming up in a few minutes. By the way, Michael Severe, none too happy about the nice weather that is happening. He says, F this weather.
Oh.
Michael, enjoy Sunday, you freak.
What?
He's so weird.
Now he's out on all good weather.
He really is. Oh man, it's nice.
It used to be just, I can't stand the heat. Which I can understand. I am on his side. We are brothers in arms. I don't like the heat. But we're talking 60 degrees.
I know. Come on, Michael.
60 degrees is nice.
It's not warm.
That's football weather.
Yeah, you can wear shorts though. I'm gonna wear shorts on Friday.
You're gonna break the short seal?
I've already done that, Nick.
Oh
yeah. Take a look at my legs, everybody.
Leggy Josh. That's what
Maybe
they call
salt
you.
some rims.
There is ever a person who needs to go to the North Pole right now. It would be
Michael Severe. Nick, are you bringing in delicious brews for One Beer Friday this week?
Yes.
Oh, wow, you said with so much happiness and confidence.
Well, it's my turn. I'll do it.
Nice.
Maybe I'll find a sour.
Oh, very nice.
That reminds me, our movie for this week is called Train Dreams.
Thank you for saying that because I forgot.
Yeah,
Train Dreams.
Mm-hmm. Have you watched it yet, John?
Netflix. Yes, I did.
Right.
I watched it on Sunday.
I'm watching it tomorrow. Like Nick is. Nick always watches it on Thursday.
It's my movie night.
That's his movie night.
After the Supernovas game.
After the that's going to be a late night for the Grimm household.
Sure will be.
And their pretend dog.
It's a real dog. She's great.
Definitely is.
Is there? This was something we were sitting on last week, but thought we'd bring it out today, and it's right before Dumb Debate, so we might. Kick off Dumb
jerk!
Debates with this. Well, is there an argument? Can any of us who don't like the 2014 playoff idea make an argument for it?
I thought I can give you for sure one solid reason that it is a good idea, or that it is a good idea, that it has a good idea in it. One solid reason. The number of home playoff games will be good because the best teams in the country will also get a home playoff game. They will get a reward for their success. And here was how I thought of this. I heard a conversation recently, and it mentioned Indiana. Great run, incredible run. Their fans aren't going to trade it for anything. But it is kind of a bummer for the Hoosiers because of how the schedule fell, that Oregon was on the road, Iowa was on the road, and then it was Big Ten championship game, playoff game, that their most memorable home game ended up being an Illinois romp in September.
Well, that wouldn't be a problem if old, Cream Puff Kurt would actually schedule a decent non-con team every now and then.
Or if the second round of the playoff had a home game. And so that is something that would be a positive. They could have played Alabama in Memorial Stadium in Bloomington. That's the positive. I got one positive for you, John. What do you think about that? One positive.
I mean,
being scared to play an SEC team at a Memorial Stadium?
That feels like a technicality, but I'll accept it. Of course, they could also do that same thing by just having home playoff games in the second round of the existing structure.
They could. I wish they would. They could.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you were able to think of one.
You didn't think of any?
I can't think of any. I am dead set against this. I mean, listen, I know it. Playoff creep is inevitable. It happens in every sport. But what college football has done is not playoff creep. It's like playoff bullet train. Nice. Because we've literally gone in, what are we looking at?
First year was
14.
15.
12 years.
Yeah.
From doubling it from 2 to 4, now tripling it from 4 to 12, and then another double of 12 to 24 potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here? And the part of it that is baffling to me is how much money the Big Ten and SEC are potentially giving up if it goes to this. Mandel wrote about this today. He said it's puzzling that the Big Ten would voluntarily sacrifice all of its TV sponsorship and ticket revenue from the conference championship game, that its schools get to keep all by themselves. They don't have to share with anybody but themselves, in exchange for new playoff revenue that goes into a pot shared by all conferences. The Big Ten's cut of that CFP revenue is about 29%. So the added revenue from a 2014 college football playoff has to be 3 times what the league makes from its conference title game just to break even. He says it could happen, but it's hardly a certainty.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the part that's puzzling to me. I would love to know why. We know the real reason why the Big Ten wanted to expand. It was about the potential of the quota bowls. But when everyone looked at that with a cross eye and said, you're out of your dang mind, they were kind of backed into a corner, and now they're like, well, we'll just go with 24 and we'll just have them all be chosen at large. It's really weird. I mean, I think the Big Ten would have been a lot better off if they wouldn't have proposed the stupid quota bowls in the first place. But that's their real motivation, why this conversation's happening in the first place, because they wanted the quota bowls.
Sure. Yeah. Michael says, would a 2014 playoff help settle some of the roster/coaching carousel as more teams can sell themselves on as playoff contenders with shots at championships? Perhaps, but I mean, you'd still have the issue of a bigger brand, a bigger blue blood, whatever, opening up and, potentially losing a coach.
Also diminishing the whole meaning of it to begin with.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I just, and now we're not talking about the positives. This is supposed to be a positive segment.
Sorry, my bad.
No, John should apologize. But this would very much lessen the
importance. I won't apologize.
You didn't follow the prompt. You didn't follow the prompt.
I did follow the prompt. I couldn't find one.
That's not the prompt. But it would absolutely lessen the regular season.
Unlike my German teacher, I couldn't find good things to say about that regime.
The over hits on this Wednesday.
Just like I can't find any positives about this idea.
Mm.
All right. So on that note, Dumb Debates is next.
Woo!
We'll tackle some of those issues. It looks like we've got some food ones.
Oh,
favorites.
I think there might be ones in reference to the recent hockey gold medal and a lot of others.
Okay.
So stick around. Dumb Debates, our Wednesday thing, our Wednesday bit. Or is it our Wednesday gimmick?
No, gimmick is bad. It's our Wednesday
not.
Gimmicks are good.
No,
gimmicks are neutral. Gimmicks can be good or bad.
Yeah, okay, well, when John finally starts using it in a positive way, maybe I'll agree with you. But instead, he's always like, that 2014 gimmick.
Pretzel buns. Gimmick.
I said John.
And Nick and our gimmick will be back after this.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Dumb Debates, where we let you take over the grum by asking us anything your little heart desires. And
Tight.
just use that hashtag Dumb Debates on Twitter or put it in the subject line and send it to us in an email. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, and we will answer your dumb debates. We will debate them right here on the grum and settle them once and for certain.
No matter how demented or weird or goofy.
Mm-hmm.
Who would like to start?
I got one that I had on my sheet last week and we never got to it. So
All
let's
right.
do it now. From Jeff in Omaha. Jeff asks, which of these would be hardest to relearn or adjust to if you woke up tomorrow and all of the letters were rearranged on standard keyboards? And real quick for this one, let's say it's not in like A, B, C, D, F, G. It's just like they're in a different way. 2, colors were all switched on traffic signals. Red means go, yellow means stop, green is slow down, and new colors are added. Or we adopted British traffic laws and we drive on the left side of the road. So again, the question is, we wake up and one of those three, or I guess let's just say all of them have changed.
Mm-hmm.
Which is going to be the hardest to get used to?
Oh, boy, this one's tough.
I think I could get used to British traffic pretty easily. I play a lot of video games that take place in Europe.
That does seem like the one that would be quickest to adjust to because
Right.
it would just be like, everybody is on that side of the road. I will get on that side of the road.
I would be concerned for you with the traffic light thing because of your color.
I mean, I do see that. I know that they are different colors.
Right, but what would
It's
they
the
mean?
remembering part.
Right.
See, and that's why, because
Well, but all you have to do is remember that in the vertical alignment, red is the top light or stop is the top light.
Yeah.
Green is the bottom light. Of course, yellow is the middle light. So adjusting to the colors would probably, now for me, but then me adjusting to everybody else who doesn't know any better and already has an issue being able to identify the proper traffic light in its current configuration, that would be hard for me to adjust to. But me personally, I think that would be the easiest one.
Really?
To adjust.
Wow.
Yes.
See, it's funny.
That
I
would
never,
be the easiest because, again, top,
Yeah, and I never think about it that way. And I understand that's a good argument, John, but I never think of it as, it's stop is at the top. I think of it as red, yellow, green. And
right.
So it wouldn't
But
be.
it's always aligned in the same order, just like it is when it's horizontally. It's red is to the left and green is to the right.
The argument for the keyboard is obviously that, like, if you are good at typing, you don't need to look at the keyboard. And so this would be quite the adjustment.
See, that's why I think that one would be the toughest one, because I use the keyboard all the time. And while I don't profess to be the greatest typer in the world, my typing teacher would probably flunk me.
Same.
I still
you don't have
remember
to look
my
at it.
ADSF, JKL,
yeah,
colon or whatever the
it's ASDF.
I'm picking the traffic light one just because I think that's the most dangerous.
Yeah, no, me too. keyboard would be annoying, but nobody's going to die if the keyboards are all rearranged.
Yeah, that's my exact argument for that one being
unless
the
nuclear
hardest.
codes accidentally.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just the question was hardest for you to adjust to.
I mean, yeah, the
Lights.
keyboard.
The hardest one for me to adjust to would be the keyboard.
Yeah, for me, it still would be the light situation because, like, wait, which color is it again? And again, John makes a good argument. It's top down. That's all it is. But I never think about it that way.
Right, and I mean that's what it is too. I'm a very visual person, so I associate with the color before I associate with the position of the color.
Same.
I'm going to see green. I'm going.
I would have guessed that red is on top, but I don't know if I would have entirely felt that way if John would have asked, hey, where's the stop at? Where's the green at? You know, like I would have been like, I think it's on the top, but I'm not that confident.
Fun bit. Let's all see if we could pass the driver's test if we took it today.
Oh, that's a good idea, Nick. Speaking of fun bits, real fast, away from dumb debates, but there was an idea from our listener, KD, a few moments ago that said, here it is. Great bid idea. Nick auctions off 2 seats at his wedding to listeners as a fundraiser.
Oh.
So just an idea for you. Put that in the hopper, Nick, for later on.
The hopper.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do the apps one last week?
We did. We did.
All right. That was a good question.
Basically, anything after February 18th, we have not done. So we did all the February 18th stuff. Except for this one from Kyle. Should we normalize storming baseball diamonds the way courts and fields are stormed? John?
I think yes. I think that could be fun.
Oh, wait, we did talk about that because we talked about Hank Aaron and how we were very concerned for him for, I wasn't alive, but people were like, is something bad about to happen?
You weren't alive.
I mean, that used to happen.
Yeah, it was a different
Storming
time.
the baseball field used to happen. Of course, there's when the Yankees won the pennant in 76 or 70.
Won the pennant.
And Chris Chambliss is rounding the bases and the field is covered with fans, or Reggie Jackson fighting his way through the crowd to get back to the clubhouse after they won the 77 World Series. So that it used to be a thing, but it's not so much anymore. Baseball's the one sport where they don't rush the field, which
it's because it's a respectable sport, John. People appreciate and understand the athleticism behind baseball.
Oh, do they?
And the peak performance of every
I am fine with fans not storming the field because in baseball has the coolest celebration, right? Where it's a dog pile on the mound or dog pile at home plate, depending on how it's scored. It's and you don't want to ruin that by having a bunch of fans mobbing the field and obfuscating being able to see the players.
Mm-hmm.
Has there ever been a walk-off home run where the guy who hit the home run couldn't touch home plate because everybody was too busy dogpiling onto it?
Honestly, I probably bet that's happened.
Well, there have been, like if you go back, I think it was the 76 ALCS. Chris Chambliss hit a home run against the Royals, walked it off, and the place, and he's like fighting through the crowd trying to get to the plate, and it was hard to be able to see whether or not he actually touched home plate. I think he did. I mean, he did, but
the plate files.
Now, has there ever been one where someone got out there and was able to dig up home plate? That would be very tough to do, but that's another one. For another day. The next couple of these are in relation to the hockey team winning the gold medal.
Okay.
First one is from Sky.
Hello, Sky.
Who would be the funniest coach or athlete to hand a stuffed animal to immediately after an embarrassing loss if you did not stick around for the medal ceremony after the U.S. beat America's hat? They, of course, handed out the gold medals. And then a trailing person handed each player on both teams a teddy bear.
Mm-hmm. I think it was like an otter. That was.
I don't know. I don't know what
it was. A recurring theme.
It was some kind of stuffed animal.
It was whatever the mascot was.
I'm guessing some kind of symbol. Yeah, a mascot for the Olympic Games. But who would be the funniest coach or athlete to hand a stuffed animal to immediately after an embarrassing loss? The first person.
Dan Hurley.
That came to, that'd be a good one.
Ooh.
But the first person that came to mind was Bo Pelini.
Oh, that's good. My first thought was R.I.P., but now his name has slipped my mind. Bobby Knight. Bob Knight was the first guy I thought of. He's looking up at us right now. Sam writes Mick Cronin.
Oh, yeah, especially today.
Are you raising your voice at me?
Uh-huh.
This is on camera. They can hear you.
That Yeah, Mick Cronin would be pissed. Bob Knight would have. I think he actually might murder somebody. I mean, I'm allowed to say that because he's dead now.
I have a feeling that Dan Hurley would rip the head off and shove it back at you.
You think so?
Yes.
Interesting.
Just speculation.
Isn't it funny that we basically all, except for Bo, it was all basketball coaches.
Yeah. Basketball coaches are the most intense.
They are you there. Even though there is an intensity to football, there's something about basketball as they run up and down the court. Yeah, exactly.
An athlete like an MMA fighter or a boxer.
I think they'd go along with it.
I don't know.
Like if Floyd Mayweather lost for the first time ever.
Also, the visual of they're standing in the ring
with the sweat.
The referee's in the middle and they're getting ready to raise the hand of the victor as the judges' results are being read. And immediately the champion's hand goes up and they're celebrating with the belt. Meanwhile, here comes this guy with this tray of teddy bears and he hands a teddy bear to the guy who just got announced as the loser of the fight.
Well, I do like the idea of a guy knocked out cold on stage and somebody just gently sets a teddy bear on his body.
What about one of those boxing matches back in the day when somebody died, Nick? They still got to give him the teddy bear?
Good grief. It always comes back to death.
Put it to the estate.
John, people die. That's what happens.
I understand that, but it's not a laughing matter.
That's what happens.
Except for Titanic.
Is there I'm trying to think if there's a specific athlete.
Barry Bonds.
Larry Bird.
Oh, that's a good one. He was a competitor.
Larry
throw
Bird
Michael Jordan in like that too.
Oh yeah, Michael Jordan. Now, if he had ever lost an NBA Finals game or NBA Finals, that would be a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like coaches are the best ones for
Charles Haley. That guy was a wild man.
Kind of out of left field.
He's a wild man.
You think Aaron Boone would like a teddy bear?
No. Aaron Boone's an idiot. John, let's do the rivalry one. This is a country rivalry one. This is a great one from Mustache Adam.
All right.
USA-Canada game got me thinking about country rivalries, which I felt would make a great dumb debates question. So rank these rivalries, or rank these however you feel fit. So here we go. He gave us 5 options. I actually think last place and first place are pretty easy, and then it's figuring it out after that. USA-Canada. USA-Russia, England-France, China-Japan, and North Korea-South Korea. I think North Korea-South Korea easily is number 1, and I think USA-Canada is easily number 5. And then you got to go for we've never fought Canada in a war. They have that place in Korea where, what do they call it?
DMZ.
That is next level rivalry.
Famously, the U.S. and Russia have had nukes pointed at each other.
They have, but I guess I'm thinking about it now. They're fine. The president and Putin, they're buddies.
So China and Japan is
that's a bad.
That's
one.
a rough.
That's
one.
a real bad rivalry.
Yeah, they've got some history.
That'd be my number 2.
Many...
Korea's number 1, China, Japan 2. I'm
going to disagree on number 1.
I'll go China, Japan, number 1.
What are you going to say, John?
North Korea, South Korea is a good one, but
great rivalry.
But
Cowboys, Eagles of countries.
Kim Jong-un, incredible numbers.
What's like a new age college football? Okay, here's one.
LSU, Alabama.
Iowa,
North
Nebraska.
Korea, South Korea is Miami, Florida State.
Oh, great rivalry in its heyday, though.
France, England
is
Ohio State, Michigan.
They did famously
because
have
they have been doing it a lot
years.
longer and have been a lot more bitter, and it's gone through a number of different generations, a number of different regimes and governments and monarchies and not monarchies. That's OG. Those two countries have been at each other forever. The funny thing is they've actually had to work together, to win a couple of wars, thanks to America. But that's the Ohio State, Michigan of country rivalries.
That's fair.
So I would vote them number 1, then North Korea, South Korea. Though your point about the DMZ and everything, obviously you couldn't get any 2 more divergent countries in terms of culture and, governments and oppression or non-oppression. But that's a new age rivalry. That's only like a 70-year-old rivalry. Well, France and England, that's like centuries long history.
I like thinking about the Revolutionary War. And I do.
Yeah.
And the fact that we convinced France to go into debt to fight with us specifically because we were fighting the UK.
That's some
Britain.
that's some pettiness.
Empire.
So
That's
John,
petty.
would you go England, France, North Korea, South Korea, China, Japan, USA, Russia, or would you go Russia, USA before China and Japan?
Well, that's
China,
kind
Japan also goes back.
That is some old history.
Very old.
That's ancient history.
I mean, honestly, based
That
on
might
the
be
current
older than-
geopolitical situation, I'd probably put USA and China ahead of USA and Russia is like the Nebraska-Oklahoma of rivalries. It was a great rivalry.
Built on respect.
It was the most important rivalry. It was better than Ohio State, Michigan, but now it's gone.
One of them used to win a lot, and then they still talk about how they used to win a lot, but then they don't really.
Zach
win that
says you
much
could
anymore.
throw Germany and Russia in there too. Yeah, if Germany and Russia were involved, that would be high on the scale.
Yeah.
Is England France the all-time country rivalry?
To me, it is because it's
Like among, if
OG,
we can
man.
include all of them, is that number one for you, John?
I want to
could
know
be, yeah.
how much older England France is compared to Japan China.
I mean, Japan and China.
Well, that one goes back away. Yeah,
It
you got a
does.
good point there. You got a good point.
But then
there.
Japan was also famously isolated for centuries too.
Good question, Adam.
Very good question.
Very good question. Was there any more?
There was one more on the Olympics. Ray.
What's up, Ray?
Ray said there was tons of Coldplay being played after the U.S. won their gold medal. What song or songs should have been played, or is the most USA song? What is the worst?
By the way, Alan brings up the number one OG country rivalry. It's Israel and the rest of the Mideast. That's biblical. Like literally, it's in the Bible. You know, you're talking about.
I mean, Israel didn't exist until
Israel didn't
40s.
exist.
But
so,
if you just go the Middle East Bible rivalries.
Yeah,
Bibleries.
Bibleries.
Excellent
yes,
work, Nick.
Very good word.
All right, so Ray's question: what is this? What music should we play?
What song or songs should have been played instead of Coldplay, or
You're a
is the
British
most
man.
USA song?
Is AC/DC from America?
No,
they're from
Okay,
Australia.
I was going to say Back in Black, just to make all like people John's age so happy.
No, I mean,
well, it would because
honestly,
it's a great song.
the most American song that you could have played at the Olympics is anything by Bruce Springsteen.
No,
excellent
Stop.
call, Nick.
Garbage.
The
barf.
boss.
Barf.
Sports
Barf.
people love Bruce
Born in the
Springsteen.
USA is not a patriotic song.
No,
we get
it's not.
reminded of that all the time.
It's not.
Ooh, it's a good one from Jordan. America F yeah. Excellent.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Trey
answer.
Parker and Matt Stone
Yeah.
from Colorado.
Here to save the mother day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great call. Good call, Jordan. I don't even have an answer.
I would say, anything by Van Halen.
I'm going to piggyback off that one.
That's a very American band.
Mm-hmm. Just Eruption by Van Halen.
Yeah,
You might as
that'd
well
be pretty
jump.
good.
That's about
The
suicide.
worst. That's obviously Springsteen. Huey Lewis. I mean,
That's
to
the
celebrate
power of
to celebrate the gold medal with "Hit to Be Square"
Ah, the
Wow.
worst one?
would be
Wow.
would be just tremendous.
You like Patrick Bateman's favorite Huey Lewis song?
John
That's
doesn't
interesting.
John doesn't get that reference.
Really?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Told
That's
you.
surprising.
It's not. You've been working with John on a daily basis for almost 5 years, and
Hey,
you're
but
surprised that he hasn't seen that movie.
Wasn't that like a popular movie?
John doesn't watch
What movie are you talking about?
American Psycho. John's
Yeah,
probably
I
never even
don't
heard
think
of
I've seen
it.
that
Seems
one.
like something you would have stumbled across.
No, I've not seen that one.
This was one sent to us by multiple listeners, one Andy and one Adam, and it was a list of restaurants, many restaurants.
Oh,
and you can only have 4 of them in your city. Which 4 would you pick? So some options on here. I mean, you got the obvious.
and for those of you watching on the stream,
you put it up? Okay,
I have
perfect.
attached a graphic.
Okay. Oh, why does it say
But go ahead.
crossover there?
But yes, but we do need to list them for the people on the radio.
All right,
We are a
there we
radio show.
Okay, so some obvious one. Do you want me to read all of them,
Well,
John?
no, but I would say
Like
this.
McDonald's is on
There's-
here. White Castle's
this is-
on here.
This
Long
is
John Silver's.
this definitely is. It looks like it's a West Coast based question because there's a like Shakey's is on. Shakey's Pizza's
Del
on here. That's
Taco.
Del Taco's on here. So some of these restaurants aren't around here.
But it's fun because this means we could actually put them in our city, which
Correct.
is very exciting.
I have 3 of my 4 already.
All right. Obviously, I'm going Popeyes. Popeyes is going to be
Well,
in
but
any-
does that count? Because again, the question was fast food.
I'm going to do Popeyes. I am going to do. Good Lord, I got to find. Okay, I don't even actually have mine. All right, you guys can go.
Taco
okay,
Bell.
what if we did it? What if we group think?
Are we going to draft?
What if we group think?
So
this,
we all
right?
get one, and then we have to agree on one?
No, but because my thought is this. You want diversity. Like, for
Yeah,
example, you don't want to draft both Popeyes and KFC and Chick-fil-A. You don't want all chicken restaurants. So you want a diversity, because if these are the only restaurants in your town, you want to make sure
you cover your bases.
That you cover as many bases as possible. So you probably got your chicken region,
burger.
You probably got your burger region, your sandwich region, and then I guess maybe pizza or something else.
So not even that, but Applebee's is on here. You could use that as kind of a cheat code.
No, you don't. No, that is
See, and I
But that's
disqualify.
diversity.
I'm
But it's
bad. I'm gonna disqualify IHOP, Applebee's,
Those aren't fast
Denny's
food.
off.
They're
I'm gonna
sit down.
Yeah, these aren't fast food restaurants.
Okay.
I would disqualify those. But anyway, but you know what I'm saying?
I understand it, John. Yeah, you don't want a bunch of the same crap.
So I will acquiesce to Josh because he'll
Nice.
whine and complain. We'll have
Correctly.
Popeyes represent the chicken.
Okay.
Right?
What do we want for the Mexican food?
Taco Bell.
Such a bummer. I was gonna say, like, do we want Chipotle?
See, I would much rather have Chipotle over Taco
All right.
Bell.
Chipotle it is.
Okay, wow,
but-
Chipotle. That was
2
easy.
out of 3.
Okay.
Now I wish if you Del Taco's pretty good.
I've never had
Del
it, John.
Taco.
I
If
haven't
you-
either.
If I'll acquiesce to you on Del Taco,
But
it's very
I've
good.
only had it like once, so I think I'd rather go with something more known. Though, man, see, the thing is, Chipotle and Taco Bell are very different.
They're completely different types of foods. You know, like I know that they are both under the Mexican umbrella, but it is way different.
I mean, maybe
We
we
do
got to give
both?
it to Nick, and we got to give it we got to give him Taco.
So here's my question going to be,
because
John.
now
like,
we need.
We
well,
need one more. Like, we'd probably want McDonald's, right? Like, it's just an old, reliable, great.
Well, do
French
we want
fries.
McDonald's or do we want Whataburger?
I want Whataburger.
Okay, that's fine. I enjoyed Whataburger when we went there in Kansas. Oh, you weren't there, Nick. That's right. You went to some
And listen, this is me
guitar show.
Because again, with Whataburger, at least you
And
have
drums.
some other options. In-N-Out would normally be my choice.
Yeah.
But In-N-Out just does burgers.
And McDonald's has long surpassed my garbage food to cost ratio, where it costs too much for what it is.
Yeah.
Whataburger
Yeah,
is
but
still in the
Whataburger-
sweet spot.
I don't know, man. Whataburger's just as expensive as if not more than McDonald's.
But John, have you considered spicy ketchup?
No, John. The argument, John, or that Nick is making, John, is that if they're both the same price, then I would rather have Whataburger, right? Is that what you're saying?
I see what you're saying.
Nick's saying McDonald's
Or
isn't
do we-
as cheap as
or
it
do
used
we
to be.
go with Sonic?
I like Sonic.
Which brings you a lot of variety there. So you
So-
still get the burger, but you get a lot of other stuff. I almost think Sonic, because here's the deal. Where am I going to get my ice cream from if I ain't picking Dairy Queen?
But my problem with Sonic is that's going to be our only option for fries, right? Sonic fries aren't the best.
Oh, that's why we got Popeyes, though.
It's fair.
Well,
I
those
guess.
fries are awful.
No, Josh is on. They're battered. My favorite type of fries.
They are so good. Oh, man, dip them in some hot sauce.
What about A&W?
I've never had A&W.
There's one here.
I've
It's
never had
good. It's good. I mean, I love the root beer, but the burgers are.
I think we picked Whataburger. I think you guys made a good argument for Whataburger. What a burger.
It is Whataburger.
Are we making a mistake? Like, we got an email from Steve who said Panda Express. Are we making a mistake by
No.
not including, Nick, out on the Chinese?
No, I'm out on Panda Express because
Okay.
it's Chinese food.
Oh, interesting, kind of like Taco Bell.
Which is funny because actual
Exactly.
Chinese,
I mean, Panda Express is to Chinese food what Taco Bell is to Mexican.
which is funny because Chinese food is also an American invention.
Exactly. So I didn't realize you hated Panda Express.
It's not good.
I haven't had it in years. I don't really have any opinions on it.
It's
I was
pretty
just trying to
good.
diversify our types of
No,
food.
you got to diversify the portfolio for sure.
Mhm.
All right, so if we have three, what would be the fourth?
So what have we decided on? Popeyes, Whataburger, and Del Taco?
And Taco Bell.
I thought it was Del Taco.
I'm good with
No,
Del Taco.
I mean, yeah,
if you want
Del Taco. We'll go with Del Taco. Why not?
I mean, I almost feel like then we got a free roll.
Well, we need a pizza place, right?
I mean, our pizza place is fast food. That's the question.
Hmm.
And it's
Yeah,
only,
and there's only like a couple of pizza
it
places.
looks like Little
on this list.
Caesars, Pizza Hut, and
Well,
Papa
Little
John's.
Caesars is fast food.
That's true. I mean, you can get a hot and ready.
Is it good? It's hot and it's ready.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know. I'll let you guys pick the last place. I'm fine with kind of.
Should we do
Oh wait,
pizza or-
Sabaro's on here. I like Sabaro.
Should we do pizza or sandwich?
We don't have a sandwich place. That's true.
Because I'm thinking Arby's.
Wow, you think of Arby's as a sandwich place?
It is a sandwich.
Well, I mean,
place.
it is a sandwich place.
I guess
Now,
I-
you talk about talk about a lot of variety there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have the meats.
That's true.
Or do you need a place like a Dunkin'?
I was going to
Which I would
say, like,
no.
because there was Dunkin' and there is whatchamacallit that has the hot and ready donuts or whatever they're called. What's the other donut place? Krispy Kreme, isn't that on here?
Krispy
Yeah, we don't
Kreme.
have any like breakfast spot on here. Now, like other places have breakfast.
But
food.
Whataburger does serve breakfast.
But we don't have like a
I'm sure
specific-
Del Taco has breakfast.
What about White Castle for Nick?
I don't like White Castle.
Oh, fascinating. And yet you forced us to go there.
I didn't. You went before I did. You called me over to you.
What about Chuck E. Cheese?
Ugh, that's not fast food.
It's on the graphic.
And it's sticky. Do you want everything to be sticky?
No, I don't. John,
what about Schlotzsky's?
What if I am nice
I
to
mean,
John?
I mean, I have fond memories of Schlotzsky's. I don't know if everyone would like that as the only.
Here we go. I'm going to
be.
be John reached across the aisle. I will return it. What about In-N-Out?
Oh,
it's on
well
the
again,
graphic.
but we've covered burgers though.
Do we need another burger place?
Well, I guess.
I mean, as
In-N-Out's
much
not
as
very
I
good.
love In-N-Out, and I
you'd rather have Whataburger than In-N-Out?
I like Whataburger more.
Again,
What a burger!
I only get 4 restaurants.
Yeah. Okay.
And with Whataburger, I get there's a bigger menu. There's chicken sandwiches, there's salad. So there's
So do we do
In-N-Out is
Arby's
literally
then?
just burgers and fries and shakes and sodas. That's it.
So do we do Arby's then for Nick?
I mean, I think we do Arby's.
All right, Arby's it is.
Hell yeah!
Look at the grum.
We did it, guys.
We did it indeed.
We did it
indeed.
to do it. I can't believe we did it.
I think we have time for one more. Real
Sure,
quick,
why not?
I saw this one from Peter. This is an easy one. I can give you the answer to the day. Number of days your bed sheet should go before being washed, assuming your bed was slept in every night. We wash our sheets once a week. That is Sunday.
Same.
Sunday is sheet washing day.
Once a week.
Same.
Okay, look at that. I don't know. I mean, there probably is an argument to do it more often, but that would cost more money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
it
there's
also
an argument.
ruined the sheets.
Yeah, I don't think there's an argument to wait much longer though. And there's something about those fresh sheets on a Sunday night. Oh,
you need those Sunday linens.
Oh my gosh! After watching Sunday Night Football and then lay down in the fresh sheets, and you have to punch your pillow because it's all constricted
Or
in there.
after your wife's team wins the Super Bowl and you want to cuddle up and watch Andor while you cry into your pillow.
That did happen, Nick. Thank you for reminding me. That did indeed happen.
Hey, but fresh sheets.
But fresh sheets and Andor. It made for the
fresh sheets and Andor.
That's in my Star Wars podcast coming soon.
That, my friends, is a segment we call Dumb Debates. Dumb Debates.
Indeed.
All right, we'll come back and continue with more of the Grum on this Happy Hour Wednesday. Closing in on tip-off time tonight, 8 o'clock for Creighton basketball right here on 1620 The Zone. Quick update regarding tonight's Blue Jays game. The availability reports have just come out. Owen Freeman is listed as out tonight for the Blue Jays.
Okay.
That is new. He famously was, I believe it was plus 18 in the plus minus in the first matchup against the Blue Demons in Chicago. And I think he was looking forward to this one tonight, but out. Not sure what it entails, but we will inquire with Coach Mack tonight on the pregame show.
Okay.
Also, CJ Gunn, who is DePaul's leading scorer, is listed as questionable, though I seem to think he was also listed as questionable in the first matchup between these teams. He played anyway. Thus, the meaning of the word questionable. So there's an update on that. I saw a picture from our colleague Connor Happer on his way here to the arena tonight. Apparently someone has parked their big rig on the interstate. And they've got traffic bogged down. At least that's what it was 18 minutes ago.
Good Lord. Why are people being idiots these days, John?
I don't know. Apparently, maybe couldn't get it over into the side lane.
Well, you know what?
Under the shoulder.
At least when Happer arrives in downtown, traffic is great and easy. Roads are normal and perfect and everything.
Yeah, I'm debating tonight because of the horrific situation in terms of road construction to get out of Lot A. I'm thinking I will probably take my time getting out of here and probably go into the back, probably go to the media room and do some show prep for tomorrow.
After the game?
Yeah, because getting out of here is a nightmare, as we found out a couple of Saturdays ago.
Wow. That is
it's terrible.
Rough hang.
It's terrible.
That's brutal.
It's
show prep at midnight on a Wednesday.
It's hard to get
Awesome.
out of here.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it was backed up to the moon.
Is this
and I
going
don't
to
know
cause
if
a pain in the ass for the College World Series?
Well, I mean,
or are we going to be so far north that we're not going to be as affected by this?
Well, but this is just getting out of Lot A. I don't know how many people utilize Lot A for the College World Series.
I definitely do not.
I don't.
Yeah.
Either.
So
Unless
I
Chris
don't.
is trolling this year.
But by then it'll be some other piece. They'll probably start tearing up the roads right in front of the ballpark where the trolley is supposed to go during the College World Series, because the whole purpose of this project isn't to create a good mass transit system. It's just to create as much chaos and havoc as humanly possible.
Well, then,
as we know, this damn thing ain't going to work.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, says the city.
I look forward to him. Yeah, they'll just tear out 13th Street there, right out behind
and
the ballpark.
10th for S's and G's.
Just gonna
who needs
blow
a
that
10th
sky
Street?
high.
The baseball
Don't need
village
it.
is just going to be construction now.
Oh,
yeah,
wow, that's
exactly.
exciting.
Just so we have a place to park our useless trolley cars.
Oh, when you do the show from the village, you'll have a fun beep beep.
Oh, that sounds great. When Matt McMaster and I are talking about the National Football League for hours upon
during
hours.
the College World Series.
What else would we talk about during the College World Series, Nick?
Baseball.
Sorry, you're not hosting. You're not allowed.
Not to go all Stuart Mandel pilled today. He did give us another topic earlier, but did you see that he was asked to regrade? He regraded the coaching hires, but then he was asked
when he ripped on Rule.
He said he recently had done an article on grading head coaching hires. It would be great to see similar grading for coaches who received extensions to keep them off the market.
Yes.
And these were all the coaches that have received extensions here in the last year or two. Kurt Cignetti, obviously, A+.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Kalani Sitake at BYU, an A.
I'd say so. That's all.
Clark Lee at Vanderbilt, an A.
Definitely.
Brent Key at Georgia Tech, A-. Mike Elko at Texas A&M, B+. Jeff Brom at Louisville, a B. Matt Rule, Nebraska, a D.
Ooh, and didn't he add a sentence on
and
top
then he
of that?
writes, I suppose, because this is referring back to his answer of Clemson being the blue blood or blue blood-ish program that's fallen on hard times. I suppose Clemson won't truly be the new Nebraska until it guarantees $71 million to a 500 coach. Oh, man.
All right, John, get on your horse. Right on in, John. Defending your boy, Matt Rule.
Oh, I thought that was a Dylan Raiola defender.
Nope, now it's John. That's what he does when he talks about Matt Rule.
Again, he is a normal man. He is a very normal person.
Yep.
He's normal.
The most normal college football coach that has ever existed, some are saying.
What? Is that what you're saying, John?
One that will go 9-5 this year, says John Bishop.
9-5?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Got my stuff mixed up.
Don't know if the math works there, Nick. I guess they could go to the Big Ten championship game in a catastrophic. Okay, here's how it happens. They start out 0-3.
Yep.
And then they win all of their games and finish 9-3, and then they lose in the Big Ten championship game and they're 9-4.
That's exactly what I meant.
Okay, that makes sense.
100%. That's what I meant to say.
Definitely happen.
Yep.
Could definitely. I'd be playing for a shot at the college football playoff if that happened. Interesting.
Oh, the shots keep getting fired, man. Just when we thought that the off season of bad vibes was starting to get less bad vibey. In comes Stuart Mandel on his black horse with his black hat, ready to shoot up Dodge City and take all our money. Take all our good vibes and good fun away.
Theo writes 4-8. 4-8, writes Theo.
It's way too damn early for these stupid predictions. We don't even know how the damn team's going to look.
Okay, don't say that. We do poll questions with these stupid damn predictions. John, starting in January.
Yeah, John,
this is our whole bit.
Get your bleep together.
It's our whole bit.
I have my bleep together.
I'm
just not ready to give my prediction yet. That's all.
Okay.
5-7.
Same, Nick. Good take. Good take.
All right, coming up, we got some content. Today in content, we have perfection, basketball, bison, hurricanes, and burgers.
All right.
That's going to be my new thing now. I'm just going to give one-word clues. That's what we have coming up in content.
I love it.
Cool.
Which is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick. What do we got today in content?
Miami of Ohio. They won again last night, moving to 28-0 on the season. With 3 games left in their regular season, do you think they'll finish a perfect 31-0?
Miami of Ohio. Let's just take a look, shall we? Let's see. What do we got? The remaining games, by the way, they are 76th in Bart Torvik.
Mm-hmm.
Western Michigan, Toledo, and Ohio. They are projected to win all of those games
Toledo
by at least 7 points or more. 2 of those, though, are on the road. Yes, they're going to do it. They are going to do it, dag nabbit. They are going to go undefeated and then probably lose in the MAC tournament and create a whole bunch of heartburn, and people will use it as, well, this is the reason why they're needing to expire the tournament. I guarantee you this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, they will finish undefeated. John's nightmare scenario sounds, well, like a nightmare, Nick. That sounds terrible. Thankfully, I'm not involved in the national college basketball discourse. But
interesting. You cover college basketball but don't want to be a part of
I'll have takes.
discourse.
I promise to bring takes to the show on the Monday after the Selection Sunday, as I'm getting ready to book my trip to Oklahoma City to follow Nebraska, to cover Nebraska in the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pick 3 college hoops matchups.
3!
UConn is a 4.5-point favorite against St. John's. Nebraska, 17.5-point favorite against Maryland. And Creighton, 5.5-point favorite against DePaul. What's going down tonight?
I like the Johnnies to get it done. The wrong team is favored. I like Nebraska to win, but Maryland to cover in the Skurs game. And I like the Blue Jays to continue their march, Nick, towards the 4-5 matchup and a victory in the Big East tournament, and then a 4 o'clock exit on the show on that Friday. Go Jays!
Mr. Disingenuous aside, I will agree on St. John's, especially if you're giving me 4.5 points. I will take Nebraska to cover the 17.5.
Woo!
And Creighton does not win games here at CHI Health Center by less than or by more than 5.5 points. So Creighton wins, but it'll be a DePaul cover against the 5.5.
Oh, 3.
We're going back to the Mandel well.
What?
Again?
We keep talking about him all
3
show.
times. Might as well get him on the air.
Friend of the Grum.
Stuart Mandel.
Stuart Mandel says the NDSU Bison will make
Bison.
Bison, does it?
Z. It's with a Z.
Why is
even though it's spelled with an S,
Nick, why is Colonel spelled Colonel?
I don't know.
Why is Marine Corps spelled corpse? And why would I call it corpse? I don't know.
The Bison.
Good job.
Will make the CFP within 3 years of becoming eligible. You agree?
I mean, they're really, really good, but it's a whole nother thing to step up in competition. Now, they're not moving into obviously a Power 5 conference.
Nope.
See, they're going to the which conference are they going to?
They're joining the Mountain West, right?
The Mountain West.
The artist formerly known as the Mountain West, because remember, a lot of the Mountain West teams are going to the Pac-12.
Right.
But the Mountain West still lives.
Mountain West still lives. The Mountain West will return.
Nice.
This is actually a really good prediction. I think they could be set up to compete, to have a really good season. Man, that's aggressive. I will disagree, but I like the pick. I like the prediction.
I think I'll agree.
I like the boldness.
And I think he's going to get in just in the nick of time. I think it's going to happen in the third year. They are a good team. I am really curious to see what happens when they're playing this type of competition on a weekly basis rather than just doing one-offs like they have done, at various times over the last few years in the non-con. But I'll agree.
Their head coach, he was a coach at Iowa for a little bit.
Sounds cool to me.
Very cool.
College football playoff team, Iowa.
Hey, guys, get a load of the names of the 2026 slate of Atlantic Storms. They like to name storms.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice anything interesting here?
All right, so here are the 2026 Atlantic Storm names. And, of course, it's always alphabetic order, and then they alternate genders. So male, female, male, female. So A is for Arthur. B
the cartoon
is Bertha.
Every day when you're
Skip
walking
down the
street.
alphabet. O, Omar. P, Paulette.
Omar's coming. Oh my gosh, the jokes write themselves.
Oh, yes, Omar's coming. But do you notice any other interesting names on this list?
Yeah, Marco, as in, is it named after Rubio? Oh, were you talking about?
Notice any other interesting
I noticed
names
Mario
on this list?
Cristobal is on.
Cristobal is on this list. I mean, no, I have never heard of a first name Cristobal. It's obvious that the people that name these storms are saluting Miami's head coach.
Why didn't they go with Mario? It's me, Mario.
Whoa! Well, they probably
too many jokes
because they try not to reuse the same name. So I'm guessing there's probably been a Mario, because not all of these storms end up being hurricanes. Some of these end up being tropical depressions or tropical storms. They don't actually turn into full hurricanes.
Tropical
but
anxieties.
The fact that they have
tropical thunder.
Now, do you know how triggered I would have been in 1985 if the National Weather Service or NOAA or whoever names these would have named a hurricane Schnellenberger? I would have lost my mind.
How messed up would it be if Hurricane Cristobal ends up being the most devastating hurricane to ever hit Miami?
That would be tough.
That'd be wild.
That's the thing that you worry about, is that because to this day the name Katrina has very negative connotations, especially to the people of the Gulf Coast.
I've never met a single person named Katrina since then.
Understandably so. I would name my non-existent child Katrina.
Good call.
Thank you, Nick.
Now, guys, it's not a slice of college baseball. We famously did that yesterday when John tried to cancel it for some reason, even though it wasn't the worst one. I didn't try to cancel
it. I just thought it was
to be a little bit better.
It was just a subpar one.
Well, today I have a bagel bite for you.
Oh, interesting.
4 ranked teams. Oh, this sounds a lot like what I did for a slice yesterday. Number 1, UCLA. Number 2, LSU. Number 5, Georgia Tech. And number 9, Arkansas. All lost to unranked teams yesterday. Chaos, thy name is college baseball.
That's not a question. You're just saying things again.
I love.
Not only did UCLA lose to San Diego State, they only had 3 hits.
3.
They managed 3 hits.
By the way, John, Arizona State is currently leading Oklahoma 3-2 in the top of the 7th.
Oh, that's Arizona State and Oklahoma.
Well, Arizona State's unranked and Oklahoma's ranked 13th.
I know, but
they also beat Oklahoma yesterday in a run rule.
Not good.
Wow, this baseball sport is baseball.
Arkansas lost to Arkansas State 14-4.
Yikes.
Got blown off the field.
Dave Van Horn, should he be fired? 402-951-1620.
LSU lost to McNeese. You know who LSU could have used? Amir Abdullah to bail him out from losing to McNeese.
A great reference, John.
I love baseball. How can you not love college baseball?
I didn't say that I didn't love it.
Good news for Matt McMaster, I guess, and nobody else.
Exciting for Matt.
The NHL returns tonight after the Winter Olympics break.
What?
He loves the NHL.
He does.
Who's the pick to click tonight?
Wait, the whole league, who's the pick to click?
Yes.
I'll go with one of the Americans.
With one of the Americans.
Yeah, one of the guys who was on the American team. No, you know what? I'll go with one of the Canadians. The Americans are probably still hungover from all of their celebrating, whereas Canada's triggered with their little plush toys. They're going to take it out on the ice tonight. Watch out, everybody. Here comes Connor McDavid to slash your throat.
Jeez. How do you do that with a teddy bear?
He's that mad. John, do you have a pick to click? Sergei Fedorov.
It might be interesting to see. I don't know how many of the Olympians will actually be playing. They might be back with their teams.
Yeah, seriously, the Olympics just ended 3 days ago.
Do they let you get a day, like a week or two off after the Olympics?
I guess if you lost in the group stage, you're like, I feel pretty rested, actually.
And that's a long damn flight back.
That's true.
Winners don't get rest. Losers don't get rest.
Well, you know what?
It's
always a safe bet to go with my Winnipeg Jets. Jets.
Mm.
They're playing the Canucks, so at least one Canadian team will win this week.
You're going to get Canadian on Canadian violence.
Wow. With the plush toys.
Oof. The Big Arch is coming. Not Manning. McDonald's new double cheeseburger with special sauce and 2 quarter-pound patties arrives in March. Are you interested in this?
So this apparently this has been big overseas, and now they're bringing it to the States.
3 slices of cheddar. Oh my gosh.
So it's like a double quarter pounder. Well, it's what it is. It looks like it's a cross between a double quarter pounder and a Big Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the double quarter pounder, but it's
Mac.
It's white cheddar cheese, crispy onions, lettuce, and they've got a new Big Arch sauce. So it's not the Big Mac sauce. And I was reading, let's see.
So double quarter pounder means a half pound, right?
Yes.
Why don't they just say that?
Well, yeah, but
did you know in France they call it the Royale with cheese because of the metric system?
What did they call a Big Mac?
Big
Mac.
I'm reading a review in The Takeout, which is a food blog, and it reads,
a good name
McDonald's
for a food blog.
Big Arch review. Cast this burger into the fast food abyss and order a Big Mac.
I was gonna say I would like to try this. We could do it on Taste Test Wednesday.
I'm a massive fan of fast food gimmicks. I love fast food gimmicks. I will probably break my McDonald's rule to try this.
I didn't realize you hated McDonald's that much.
I don't like it.
Interesting.
By the way, the Big Arch sauce is described as tangy, creamy with the perfect balance of mustard, pickle, and sweet tomato flavors.
It seems like fry sauce. It just seems like it's fry sauce.
It sounds like fry sauce. Pretty much everything these days is just fry sauce. If you can't describe what the sauce is, it's just fry sauce.
Do you want to try this, John?
I mean, sure. It might be worth trying. Again, when I see it, I think
lunch on John.
Thanks, just give me a quarter pounder.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, John.
Buying. You're the rich guy who's going off gallivanting across the country. You buy lunch.
Gallivanting? I'm going there for work, John.
Finally.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? One of my favorite shows of all time is coming back. Scrubs! It's returning tonight! Are either of you interested in the return of Scrubs?
John, did you say something earlier about wanting to launch something into the sun? I thought you did.
I mean, if you're suggesting we launch this into the sun now,
take Scrubs and put it in a trash can with that burger or the McDonald's sandwich.
Weird about Scrubs.
Weird, or do I just have an opinion on it?
No, your opinion is, it's bad because people, it's serious and funny.
No, it tried to be serious and it tried to be funny.
It succeeded in both.
It was serious, but it was not funny.
It was funny.
Oh my gosh, I hated Scrubs. Everyone liked it, and I just couldn't get into it.
See, you're just being a contrarian. You just hate it because other people liked it and you didn't get it.
I hate it because I understand how things work.
How long's this thing been away?
15 years?
About, yeah.
So they're just rolling it back 15 years later, or is this a reboot?
No, it's the same character.
They're coming back in.
Oh man, the guys are friends. Cool.
Sorry, you don't have a friendship like that.
Great friends.
You don't have guy love.
So there's the two guys. There's this
Turk and JD.
The T-Mobile commercials.
Yes,
the very one.
Donald Faison,
the white guy and the black guy.
Are
these
like Lethal Weapon?
Are those two guys? Are they?
They're
the
main. They're the main guys. Yeah.
That's JD and Turk.
So are they just reprising their Scrub stuff in the commercials, or is this totally different?
No, that's totally different. It's totally different. But they are actual best friends in real life.
Yeah, the commercial is leaning on the knowledge that like they are friends on a television show.
But they're actual friends in real life too.
Yeah,
was this a popular show?
I mean,
it should have been.
But was it?
It won. I think it might have won awards. If not, it should have. For the music, it was one of the first shows to incorporate.
The show's so emo, John.
It was one of the first shows to incorporate popular music the way it did. But it was just
Miami Vice did that.
I'm saying the way it did, and it's also a little. There's some stuff there because they didn't have any of the right stuff. So the only way to watch the show with the original music is if you have the DVDs or VHS, because there's no music rights on streaming.
Season 2, John, averaged almost 16 million viewers, which ranked 14th in America. And then it dropped to 43rd in the country, 88th, 98th, 87th, 115, 106, 116. So like,
wow. So this is, I mean,
a lot of people were like, this show blows.
This was not a hit.
Exactly.
I think it's turned into a cult show ever since it was off.
sadly.
But that's the thing is, I mean, and I've heard of it. I'm familiar with the name and I guess a little bit. I guess it was a medical show of some kind.
Yeah, it's also one of the most accurate medical shows because the main character JD was based off of an actual doctor that the showrunner, the guy who created the show, knew. So he basically just took all of his friends' stories and put them into the show. Medical
But it's
professionals.
just weird.
have said
It's just
real.
weird that they're bringing back a show that was never a top 10 show.
It is weird.
I'm glad it's back.
Are you going to watch it?
So is it
I
on
can't watch it tonight.
streaming or where
It's
are they?
NBC and then Hulu next day.
ABC.
ABC, Hulu next day. So I can't I don't have ABC.
You don't have
You don't have rabbit ears? You can't watch KTV News Watch
I don't
7?
think anyone has rabbit ears anymore.
You don't have
What are you
a
talking
flat
about?
piece
Michael
of-
Severe's got rabbit ears.
No, I don't have an antenna, but that's fine. I'll just watch it tomorrow.
Watch it tomorrow. All right. Well, we'll look forward to your reviews.
Can't wait. You know who else is a big fan of Scrubs?
Who?
George.
Okay, that doesn't. George got hacked. Can we trust George?
Everybody loves George.
I did like George. George is a nice guy.
Did?
Well, I don't see him anymore.
Still
I don't,
alive?
but I don't ever talk to him, so I can't say like I like George. I don't talk to him. I hope he's doing well though.
One of my best friends.
That's great. It's like you're the characters from the show, white guy, black guy.
Wow.
You are.
Wow.
You guys could do Scrubs for Halloween.
Hey, George, there's a black guy in a TV show. Did you know you're like him?
No, that's not what I said, Dick.
Tough look.
Lethal Weapon. This is like Lethal Weapon. You're Mel Gibson.
Oh, no. Well, I do want that cheeseburger.
We will be back and finish up with what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, because of the parking disaster created by the streetcar to nowhere, like I said, I think I might just hang out here in the arena for a little extra time, do some show prep for tomorrow, and wait till the parking lot clears out. So it'll probably be gas station food because I don't know if any of the drive-thrus will be open.
Gas station cheeseburger.
Oh, that's great.
Well, no, I was thinking like, Casey's
dog on a
Casey's
roll.
has some
pizza
roll-ups and stuff.
Pizza.
Yeah, if they're still making the pizza, but yeah, it's probably going to be gas station food. Maybe I'll get lucky and a McDonald's or a Taco Bell will be open.
Aren't you upstairs right now? Don't they have the food up there? Couldn't you grab some real
Not
quick? Until
the food doesn't.
It's like 70 minutes before tip.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a huge bummer.
Yeah.
Speaking of pizza, since we didn't do pizza yesterday at the office, I didn't have it yesterday for lunch, but I thought we would have pizza, but we didn't. We did sandwiches. The leftover. That's a long-winded way of saying the leftover pizza tonight. Gonna have that.
Tonight we're either doing steak, and it's either going to be with broccoli or with fries.
Steak? What are you celebrating?
We just have a bunch of steak.
Oh, did you know that they got their marriage certificate or whatever it's called?
License.
The license. They got that yesterday, John.
Yeah, I have a license.
They
to marry.
accidentally got married. They're actually married right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Congratulations. Just kidding.
Well, then why are we going through the whole folderol of the ceremony?
Whoa.
It's done now.
Hey,
save the money, Nick. Save the money, and you don't have to worry about driving out in the snow blizzard-like conditions to go walk through the
venue's already paid for, so we're doing it.
Michael Severe has reached out, John. He says, "Tell John to swing by my house, and I'll make him a hamburger."
Oh,
have you thought about going to Michael Severe
cheeseburger?
Oh,
well, I mean, even Michael will be in bed by the time I leave.
I bet Michael would wake up and make you a burger.
Michael is a great
I
friend.
don't want to.
You don't want a
Michael
Michael
to get
burger?
up.
I'd love an 11 p.m. Michael burger.
Oh my gosh, that sounds incredible.
I don't want Chris running down the stairs with a hatchet saying, "Get out of here!"
I mean, if Chris knows you're coming,
disrupting my sleep.
I don't think Chris would hatchet you if she knew you were coming, John.
She might just hatchet John because he's John.
Nothing is worse than a woman whose sleep has been scorned.
Wow, nothing.
Unless
is
it's by
nothing worse has ever happened.
Unless it's by a cute new puppy, then they'll
the top 5 worst people ever. A woman scorned by sleep, Hitler.
Oh, John, how's your wood, by the way?
How is Mr. Wood?
Woods is doing good. We had a good day today with the snow. With the snow melting a little more in the backyard, it was fun watching him gallop around the backyard. He's still kind of getting
paws.
While he has mastered the stairs, he's done a great job. He's still trying to get his legs underneath him in terms of running. So he's got this funny little running style, but I'm sure it'll come in.
Awesome.
Wrigley was the same way. She used to stumble all
little
over
doofy.
herself. He is quite the daredevil.
Oh,
he will try to jump from one person to the other. Like we have Wrigley's chair and my wife's recliner. And if someone's sitting in Wrigley's chair, he will try to jump from my wife's lap to my lap. He's going to be a handful. He thinks he can do anything. We might nickname him Evil Knievel.
Nice.
Have a good call, John.
Bye, John.
See ya.